Vuelve enlightED los días 19, 20 y 21 de octubre de 2021. La conferencia sobre educación, tecnología e innovación, organizada por Fundación Teléfonica, ENG University y South Summit, llega a su cuarta edición. Expertos mundiales responderán al reto de cómo lograr reducir las brechas educativas. Un evento global con un formato híbrido retransmitido en español, inglés y portugués. Desde 10 países en 4 platós. El auditorio del espacio Fundación Telefónica de Madrid, el auditorio de la Torre ENG University de Madrid, el Teatro Vivo de Sao Paulo de Brasil y el Estudio Movistar Televisión de Santiago de Chile. No te pierdas enlightED Hybrid Edition 2021, donde podrás participar en mesas redondas, conversatorios y talleres. Y un año más, conoceremos los proyectos más inspiradores entre los triunfadores de los enlightED Awards con más de 700 candidaturas internacionales. Inscripción gratuita en enlightED.education.
Muy buenas tardes, señor Ministro de Educación y Formación Profesional, autoridades, amigos todos que nos acompañáis hoy. Soy Carmen Morenés, directora general de la Fundación Telefónica, y les doy hoy la bienvenida a este espacio de la Fundación Telefónica y al lanzamiento y apertura de nuestra cuarta edición de enlightED Hybrid Edition 2021. Hoy, en nombre de todos nuestros socios, ENG University, que quería dar la enhorabuena por la fantástica inauguración que hemos podido vivir esta mañana, South Summit y Fundación Telefónica, les doy la bienvenida a este ilusionante proyecto en el que nos embarcamos hace 4 años y que consideramos que es la conferencia mundial más importante en educación, tecnología e innovación. En primer lugar, os quiero dar las gracias a todos los que nos acompañáis hoy presencialmente en este auditorio y a todos los que nos seguís por streaming. En este momento tenemos seguidores desde toda España, desde Iberoamérica, desde México, pasando por nuestros hermanos de Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Brasil. Bienvenidos a todos los que nos seguís desde Brasil y muchos otros países del mundo. El streaming y la digitalización nos permite hoy tener en este momento a más de 110 países conectados a la conferencia enlightED, lo cual realmente nos produce un enorme orgullo. Hoy, desde luego, estamos convencidos que, y más que nunca, que la educación y la formación es la palanca del progreso social. Y por eso iniciamos esta aventura, esta trepidante aventura, donde durante 3 días vamos a tener la oportunidad.
Amazing one for the 3 days that follow. We will be listening to experts from around the globe to share their knowledge, because knowledge gives us a lot. Going forward, to have Linda Liukas, who's here
Wendy, Kopp,
for her face-to-face from Helsinki, Wendy Kopp, Del Soligan, Karen Brissetti, Harry Gardner, Wayne Holm, so many others who are going to be joining us for the next days. They will be discussing how we can bridge the education gap, which we all understand that is one of the most relevant going forward, looking at 3 main elements. Number 1, the innovation gap, then the knowledge gap, and of course the digital gap that allows access to quality, innovative education to a great many pupils. Today is a very special day. It's an honor and a privilege to have His Majesty, the King of Spain, who's joining us for this opening ceremony and who's is here. And I'd like to thank him for being here, the Ministry for Education and Vocational Training. And we have Rafael Nadal, who's undoubtedly the most reputed Spanish internationally, and José María Álvarez-Pallete, our president at Fundación Teléfonica. Thank you for making time for this important debate. There are elements present in this world and will determine our future, because at enlightED we've been grounded in the present but looking into the future. We want hence I would like to give the floor over to the Spanish Minister for Education and Vocational Training to begin the opening ceremony of this enlightED Hybrid Edition 2021. Your Majesty, President of Teléfonica, President of South Summit, President of the University, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. If I may, I would like to address one and all those of you who are here face-to-face for the opening ceremony. And especially, I would like to thank, as Carmen was saying, those of you joining from over 110 countries. It's an opportunity for me to be here, wonderful opportunity to be here. And I'd like to thank you for having me at this opening ceremony, especially because I was mentioning this with the president, that this is the most appropriate time to talk about education, technology, and innovation, because this is of the utmost importance now, and we're going to give voice to the most reputed international speakers. We need the talent, experience, and the good judgment that we can do with to head in the right direction this time of transformation and justified social unrest in some cases. As the Spanish Minister of Education and Training, we will like to say that all of us, all the institutions present in this field, have a huge responsibility
extraer lecciones aprendidas después de la pandemia de la COVID-19 o cómo va a ser ese futuro de la formación profesional. Desde luego son temas, son asuntos y, si me permiten, hasta preocupaciones permanentes para todos los que conformamos eso que llamamos la comunidad educativa en cualquier país. Es verdad que la educación, lo comentábamos también antes de entrar, es un asunto que genera siempre debate. Creo que es un tema que ha estado siempre en el centro del debate público. De hecho, hay una escritora muy admirada, Irene Vallejo, compañera también de mi tierra, que me decía que los propios debates educativos que a veces tenemos en la sociedad actual no son nuevos, pues ya hace unos 2500 años que Sócrates en esa sociedad se establecían ya estos debates. Pero no es menos cierto que en este inicio ya del siglo XXI
it is indeed true that at this beginning of the 21st century, we're at a moment where scientific and technology knowledge have become the main social and economic driver across the globe.
Tantos conocimientos.
Never
Pero es verdad que son
had
conocimientos crecientemente fragmentados,
collected so much knowledge in history, but this knowledge is fragmented, is ever-changing, and is leading to hyper-specialization. So I would dare say that it is necessary to undertake a radical transformation, especially concerning what you learn, how you learn, but also what for? What is the purpose? The challenge that all education systems have ahead is to prepare next generations for this new emerging world rather than that world that is ceasing to be, slowly but surely. The teaching and learning system focused on encyclopedia-like learning, just learning information by heart is not enough given the current paradigm, because these days what is important is to apply knowledge and to face the need for new knowledge for a society and jobs like the ones we have now that are dynamic and changing. So we cannot simply repeat what we have studied. We need to put what we have learned into practice, give this meaning, being able to apply the knowledge that you acquire to solve specific problems. I am convinced that throughout these days we will be addressing the fascinating possibilities that the digital revolution is going to allow us to attain, a more personalized knowledge, a revolution to make the most of the creativity of our faculty members and teachers and students, a revolution that will allow us to overcome the barriers of distance and time, and indeed a revolution that bonds us, that connects us with all the knowledge and cultures of humanity. This is indisputable, but we also need to reflect on how we are going to manage all of this tsunami of information for the different individuals in society as a whole. The COVID-19 pandemic posed a challenge to all the educational systems in the world, and we were not prepared for this. And in Spain, we can be proud to say that the response of the education community, teachers, students, managers, families, was really commendable, successful, and exemplary because of the swiftness and efficacy with which we were able to continue to teach, being able to challenge fear and the bad auguries or omens of some. And there's been a huge effort undertaken by the community, the education community, with in the realms of companies, cultures, and other public services. The pandemic has shown us that digitalization is not only about having a good internet connection and many devices. We've seen that we need to increase the digital skills of both faculty members and students, and we need to change our teaching methodologies. These processes were already underway, but this pandemic has accelerated all this. So since the years 2020 and 2021, we are carrying out a huge effort through the resilience recovery funds to prepare our education centers or schools to meet the different challenges posed by the digital area. We're talking about 7.3 billion euros, and a significant part of these recovery funds are devoted to the digitalization plan and the increase in digital skills of the stakeholders in education systems. We need to adapt to the challenges and needs of this digital era. But the lesson we can take away is that nothing replaces face-to-face, at least in the first years of school. Nothing can replace the direct day-to-day contact among students and teachers and among pupils themselves, playing with the peers, learning to live in society and forge the first relations outside the families. There are numerous reports that alert that indeed face-to-face allowed to reduce any losses in learning, the impossibility to play outside and exercise outside was harmful for our students. And we've seen, by and large, that online training has also been helpful. I firmly believe that digitalization is contributing new and very valuable possibilities to achieve this horizon of an extended education inside and outside classrooms and throughout life, as per the knowledge society demands. We're talking about a more flexible education that will allow us to compensate for the constraints that schools have in rural areas, in places with low population density, which is a severe problem in Spain. For this process to decrease inequality in access to education, not the opposite, we know that digitalization, its extraordinary potential, does not spontaneously lead to a fairer and a better balanced society. We know that where we stand right now as regards digital adoption, the lack of equity is heightened in the education system. Students and families who don't have the same skills nor technical resources to really make the most of online education. And I will also underline that public administrations have the responsibility to accelerate the digital adoption. But we should not turn our backs to the evidence that social changes are happening that require time, that allow for no shortcuts, and in the meantime, we cannot leave anyone behind. I am an optimist. I'm also from Aragon. I don't know what's more important in that sense, of being from Aragon or optimistic, but innovation and technology are giving us a wonderful opportunity, and it will be more so in the future. We have fabulous tools so that any child around the world will have access to an endless universe of information and knowledge so that they can dream their own future. All education systems are changing in this direction. We're advancing towards a model to develop skills and competencies so that our children learn, to create, to work as a team, to understand and apply acquired knowledge, to have a critical judgment, and above all, to be responsible and generous citizens. It is understandable that all of these changes that the digital era bring about may generate some doubts and concern, but when these doubts give us unrest, we need to remember what Andreas Lecha, the PISA report says, education is about preparing students for their future, not for our past. So this is the road that we are going down in Spain, and we should do this with trusting our education system. Also, our when our country recovered democracy, and as well as the developed world, we've been contributing to the economic, social, and cultural development of our country. So we must be certain that given this wonderful challenge of digital transformation, we will live up to the expectations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing these thoughts with us. It is my pleasure to ask José María Álvarez-Pallete, chairman of Teléfonica, and Rafa Nadal, one of the best tennis players in Prince of Asturias Awards for sports, join me on stage. Ana Fernández, who's Global Communications Director of Teléfonica, who will be chairing the following debate. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to welcome one and all here, and those joining, as Carmen and the Minister have mentioned, online. So welcome to this new enlightED edition, the World Conference on Innovation, Technology and Education. It's a true pleasure to have the President of Teléfonica, my President or Chairman, José María Álvarez-Pallete, and our wonderful ambassador in the world, Rafael Nadal. I think neither of them need introduction, so let me go straight. We have an entrepreneur who's a very good sportsman. We have a wonderful athlete who's a great businessman. So we see the importance of educating mind and body. I think this is a good example of multiple intelligence, and above all, we are talking about two great people. In order to become great professionals, is it always necessary to be a good person? José María, let's start with you. Well, Your Majesty, Minister, authorities, friends, it's a pleasure for me to be here. I'd like to thank South Summit and the Instituto Empresa for being here with us. What we all look for since we're children would be examples. We look up to our parents, teachers, our friends, and then with time we do likewise at our jobs, and we are looking at professionality, we're looking for knowledge, and we're also looking at behaviors. It's easier to admire somebody where you not only recognize talent, but capacities and a special way of being, and that's what we're looking for. We want to be inspired in those who teach us. Apart from learning specific skills, it's important for us to see what is being done by others and how. So in this sense, values are important. To working around values is very important. This makes us better, and I think I'm one of the most envied people in Spain right now because I'm sitting here next to Rafa, who's a wonderful example. Well, good afternoon, Your Majesty, Minister, rest of authorities, and colleagues here. It is an honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me. And as for your question about whether it is indispensable to be a good person to attain your goals or be an excellent professional, my answer would be no. It's not indispensable to be a good person, to be a great professional. Notwithstanding this, if you're a good person, I believe that things will be easier for you if you are able to be surrounded by people who help you to be better in all senses, professionally and personally. I have no doubt in my mind you'll have better odds of successing. In my personal case, throughout my life, I've had the right people around me. I've been very lucky to be around people who've helped me out. I've had the support of my family. My bond with them has been necessary to grow in the different aspects of life. And I am slightly atypical person in the world of sports, insofar as I have the same team ever since I've had one. And the fact that that is true comes to show that there is a relationship of trust that helps them tell me things up front without having to worry about keeping their jobs. So I think that this is one of the best decisions I've ever taken, to have the right people around me, people who have the ability to speak their minds without having to find the way to tell me what they really felt. I've allowed them to help me, and it's important to judge what you do. When you do things wrong, you need to recognize this and not try to blame others or find excuses in other people. And this is what has always been instilled in me. I've never wanted to be a role model. I've just tried to go down my own path. And if with what I do, I become a good example for others, well, that's fantastic for others who want to see this as an example. And those who think I'm not doing well, I'm sure that it's good for them to be free to decide who to look at.
So they feel lucky to be next to each other, and so do I. We have an audience of hundreds of thousands of people, and I'm sure many are starting their professional careers, establishing their priorities. What would you tell those who are thinking that it's very easy to talk about values, ethics, as you made it to the top, but who think that to make it to the top, they need to elbow their way through to the top? Well, I would say they are wrong. I don't think you need to elbow your way through to the top. I think it's easier to open the way by bringing people together and, well, getting with the right people always around you. And as I said before, 5-6 years ago, we opened the Rafa Nadal Academy together with Movistar with the aim to educate and train people. So we have young players from 12 years of age until 18 years of age. That's an essential stage in the lifetime. And above all, I always say the same to everyone who is part of, who comes to our academy. We are a crucial part as we have an impact on the education of every child coming to our academy for 1 year, 5 years, or just a week. At the end of the day, parents entrust us with their children, and that's a huge responsibility. Some of them, they are, well, they have the dream to become a professional tennis player. Others just want to improve and to maybe get the opportunity to play in the US universities. And my only tip is that we work hard so that we make them better people. We make an effort so that we provide them with all the tools they might need in their future. But above all, to help them grow in values. Values that will help them to make the right decisions, whatever they decide to do in the future, be it in sports, the university, the job market. So we always try that they leave our academy being better people. José María? Well, what I would tell those who think that the thing about values is a bit of a luxury is that life has plenty of situations where nothing is written and set in stone. You need to find your own way. So we just ate humble pie with this pandemic. We took our quality of life and the travel for granted, and then we were confronted with a situation we were not prepared for. From Teléfonica, we can say that we didn't have any guidelines to behave, to find your way through a pandemic. So at the end of the day, you need to resort to something, and we resorted to values. We have a public service vocation, and we wanted to have a more human world by connecting people, and that's what we do. Very often in life, you find yourself in situations where there is no guidebook that you can follow, there's no master and no reference, and in our case, it's really important that we have these guiding values to know how we should behave in these situations. And these values could be quality of service, the will to service people, also companionship, solidarity. Also, we've seen this with the volcano eruption in La Palma, in the Canary Islands. And there are situations you haven't been trained and prepared for. And that's when you need to resort to values. Our history dates back 97 years, but there's no style guide for a pandemic. And nevertheless, we managed, we're not only not a problem, but rather a solution. We didn't need to tell all 10,000 employees in Teléfonica what they had to do. It came from them. So I think values are helpful, and they help to live better and to live differently. So talking about pandemics, we just lived a time where life was on hold, apparently, and life was taken on screen and on the social media. So the question would be, what would have you done if overnight, where you were students, you were sent home and told, to follow the university course, the school course, on the screen, online. Well, I'm a bit older than Rafa here, so it would have been entirely different back in the day. It was all about the blackboard, where we would use chalk, and it would have been very different if you compare this pandemic to the previous one, the so-called Spanish flu in 1919. Life grounded to a halt, and here every single lockdown week was very disruptive. There were no two different lives, the on-site and the online one. The network, the internet was never thought for 100% of population to be at home, doing telework, buying, learning, but nevertheless, it worked. What I'm trying to say is that the pandemic has changed many things, and this includes education. It has also changed the way we work. We realized that we can telework. Well, for example, in Teléfonica, we sent 10,000 employees on a Friday back to the homes to work starting on Monday. So life will never be the same again. And this same principle applies to education. So I think that technology has always been good, but it's especially good when we place people at the center. This is not a world for machines, but for people. And we need to remember this. Some things can be digitized. Empathy, companionship, what you learn in the playgrounds, at school. And this can be down to algorithms. So this is an exciting world where we will have all the technology at our hand, but we can't allow technology to dictate change. Also, I had teachers with blackboards and chalk, I must say. But anyway, like José María, even though I'm slightly younger, if when I was 15 I was sent back home and told to go online in an entirely different manner, well, probably would have been impossible. I think, well, it would be impossible for me at the moment, but truth be told, we've been living together with technology for quite a while, and I think that youngsters, teachers, somehow, well, they are more familiarized with technology, but I admit that they all made a huge effort, very commendable, and I would like to thank them all, because in a way, they ensured that the education world continued. And thanks to Teléfonica, they were able to stay connected through the media, through the screen. They were able to follow their studies. And back in the day, when I had to study and also to play sports, it was more complicated. I remember having to stop competing at many tournaments because I had to get the grades. So that was my reality. And I had to go going hands and forth to ensure that I could do both things at the same time. It was much more difficult, I should say, than nowadays. Young people now, if they try to become professional players, they can travel to any tournament and then online with their connection, with the curriculum, with the teachers, they can continue with their studies, and that's essential for them to be able to keep up their sporting dreams without giving up education, which is of the essence, in my opinion. I think is the mainstay of a prosperous society, the society of well-being. And back in the day, I think things were made entirely different, with a great deal of effort. Also today is a huge effort for youngsters nowadays, but I think thanks to technology, everything is slightly easier. When you're in the other corner of the world, you can access, you can see your friends, your family on a screen, and you are connected with them at any given moment. Well, that makes life more comfortable, easier, especially to make the right decisions, as you always have at your disposal the people that you need. Also, the minister talked about the importance of the education models and laying bare that the post-pandemic age has changed everything. Everything has sped up, including obviously technology, which has shaped the way we learn our education, and now is different and continues. And Rafa, as this big sporting figure that you are, and also as a businessman, which responsibility do you bear when you need to pass on the new generations that it is essential to constantly learn, and there are no timeouts when it comes to learning? Well, I think in this world we have time for everything. At the end of the day, if you are organized, you can have fun, you can learn, you can do anything, but then you need to set your priorities. When you have clear goals in your life, well, sometimes you need to prioritize obligations over leisure, and sometimes it's hard to accept it. But in my case, when people tell me, look, I'm sure you made a huge sacrifice in your life when you were young to be able to reach the top. And I say, well, they were not big sacrifices for me, as that is what I wanted to do. So when you are doing what you like to do, what motivates you, what drives you, well, you do it with determination, with excitement. And what for other people seems a huge sacrifice, well, it never was for me. So in that sense, I repeat, I think it's easy to be said, but I think that's the reality. Each one needs to find their own path, to follow their dreams, and to find their own and personal vocation. Because when you do, then finding professional success stops being a sacrifice, as you are doing something that really excites you, and you work in that with passion without looking at the clock. So I truly believe that, well, I've made huge efforts throughout my life, but also I found moments to live. I don't think that to be able to become an excellent professional, you need to stop living, enjoying life. So I think one of the things I am the most proud of is that in any stage of my life, I lived fully that stage. Well, it's true that when my friends were out on Saturdays, probably every other Saturday I was staying home. But the main point is that we need to set priorities. So being able to listen to others, listen to those who are older than you are, those around you, helps you a great deal to make the right decisions. So I think it's true that technology helps us, but having everything at the tip of your fingers sometimes makes us lose, or makes us believe that we know everything. And by experience, many people, well, for different reasons, don't get the right help. And I think you should be able to listen to others and be helped by others.
There isn't much I can add. If we carried out a survey here, we've done this in some of the countries where we work with, and we asked everybody here or joining online what they do every day, how many hours they devote to sleeping, to be informed, to travel, to entertain themselves. And what we've seen is that people devote 31 hours to do things. This means that we do more than one thing at a time. We're multi-platform. We place less attention on the things that we do, and there's a risk because we are less able to focus. There's so many stimuli around that it's increasingly difficult to concentrate on things, and in order to attain your passions, it's important to focus. And normally things are so intense. This happens at work and during my free time. I want to do so many things that oftentimes I don't find the time to do all of them. So what I have found useful, and this is what I learned from Rafa's words, is it's important to find little shelters where you take a little time off. This would be my parents, my friends from my boarding school, my family, my wife, my children. So it's important to find some shelter, find this place where you can focus, not only to learn, but to enjoy what you do for quality time. Did you also go out one in every 4 weekends? No, I think I would go out a bit more, especially at the boarding school. But then I focused and yes, I didn't go out as much. Okay, some years ago, we were very lucky because Rafael Nadal was present at the opening ceremony of 42 Madrid. This is the programming campus at Fundación Teléfonica in Spain, and over a short period of time, it's become a global reference as an innovation center competing with the largest players. There are some students at 42 here. There's no teachers, classrooms, books. I was going to say there are no students, but they're not really students. They're problem solvers. They learn by talking to each other, and if you listen to them, what you hear are words like collaboration, innovation, overcoming difficulties, tolerance to frustration. What happened for words like collaboration and creation? And also, like, for example, overcoming or improvement have become so important. Well, I can tell you about 42, and then Rafa can tell us more because he was also there at 42 at 42, which is an example of how technology is a revolution in the realm of education, because at 42 there are no faculty members or classrooms or books, an official degree. But when we launched the first call, 300 places. At 42, there were 18,000 people who tried to enroll, but the 42, based on AI, identifies the need of the job market, in this case programming, and analyzes ongoingly. So it's a corpus of knowledge that constantly is updated, and whereby students build their own path. There are 7 common levels, but then you create your road towards cyber safety and security, deeper learning, multi-platforms. So you correct your peers and are corrected by them, and there's not one way to learn. So you learn depending on how others advance. There are people aged 18 to 72, so you don't have to have previous programming knowledge, and there's no unemployment among them. They all came from France. There are 20-some academies like that, and it's important because you could learn many other things, not only program. It's what you really learn is a way of learning. You learn to learn, and this brings me back to values. If you don't know something, you get help from your peers. You need to also devote time to correcting your peers. You learn to deal with frustration. It's a great thing to go there and talk to your students because they tell you best, but many have not worked with a Mac computer. That can't even use a Macintosh. gosh, and this becomes frustrating at first, but this shows you some values, some skills beyond programming that prove extremely useful. I think it's a new path, a new avenue. I don't know whether education is going to go down this path, but it's a new avenue in this new world. So it's really a lot of fun to talk to them, to be there, and it's opened my eyes how technology is disruptive in this world that was very traditional and a bit backward sometimes with education. I remember Rafa came to visit to the headquarters in 42, is a different place. So we had to go across park, and the 13,000 people in Teléfonica were outdoors because they wanted to see Rafa. So when I go for a walk, nobody turns their head, but when you walk with Rafa, well, they should really pay more attention to when you're around, you being their bosses. But it was a very special day. I remember the welcoming moment by this company, Telefonica. It was very, I have great memories, and 42 was simply unbelievable. It's a project that I knew nothing about before the time, but I thought it was extremely interesting in many senses. I'm not technology savvy. I would improve if I studied there, but thanks to my peers, because it's a way of understanding education and training. It's completely different. People with no previous knowledge can start there and learn slowly but surely how, by helping out your peers and letting your peers help you. It's a project, as Sonia has mentioned, that involves many values that prove decisive when it comes advancing to learning and understanding the future ahead. And as José María very rightly said, these days machines are part of our daily life. We have to coexist with them and have a decisive impact on our lives, but the human factor cannot be lost either. So the human factor is fundamental, even though you work with machines. So teamwork, working with buddies, tolerance to frustration, having people there by your side, and being able to ask this person or that person. It's a different way of life almost, and people slept there, if I'm not mistaken, because it's open 24/7. I was simply taken aback. I have a wonderful memories of 42, of 42. I hope I can be back, and I would love to spend time with them because it's very interesting. Some people were saying, yeah, please, yes, come and visit again. Okay, so 42. Now we're going to send the ball with a spin to Rafa Nadal and talk about the Rafa Nadal Academy by Movistar. If you go online, you check their website, says work hard, have fun, and make it. Should we tell ourselves again and again that perseverance and overcoming situations are necessary in life? Well, I think it's always worth it. I don't know whether we need to repeat this again and again, or just need to do it and feel it yourself. Although it is indeed true, when you repeat things again and again, you end up believing them, right? But I think effort is always worthwhile in life, despite of whether you reach your goals or not, because effort and dedication, being humble, will always take you to something that is very important, which is to advance. How far? Well, it sounds very nice. You hear people that only with effort and dedication you'll make it. You need also innate skills for certain things, and there are human limits. I have my limits in sports that have allowed me to get very far, but in other aspects of my life, my skills are way lower. So there has to be some innate skills, but effort is always worthwhile. Why? Because there is no greater personal satisfaction and going home doing you've done all you could to reach your goals. And when that happens, beyond whether you really attained the ultimate main goal that you had set out to is important, but even if you don't reach it, at least you know you tried, that you gave it your very all, and go back with this personal satisfaction of having done everything in your power to make it. At the academy, what we do is to really work hard every day, all those involved in training, so that the kids, the children, get this message that when they study, they need to give it their very all, that when they play, that they give it their very all, but that they need to have fun too. So this is not just a place to almost train little soldiers, and that it's only about work. You need to learn to make the right decisions and know when it's time for one thing and when it's time for something else. And this is just the result of working hard. For those of us who train young people, I'm not quite there yet. I'm still trying to learn. This is how things are. I train every day with the excitement of learning. This is what I did this morning and what I'll do tomorrow morning when I go back to training, because I don't understand life any other way. Training or working just because, without the ultimate goal of being better, even if you don't manage to get better at it, doesn't make sense. It's boring. And I think that it is important to go to work or to go train every day with the goal of improving something. And this helps you to be alert, active, and to me, it's vital in any realm of life. Without goals, things are way more difficult. Okay, José María? Well, I cannot agree more. I would like to tell you an experience when we opened the academy with Rafa, and I think that perseverance means trying to go the extra mile every day and have the conviction that you've tried to be better, to do something different, to do something that makes you a bit better professionally or intellectually or in your emotional life, also as regards affection. So perseverance is a daily challenge, and a company like ours with 97 years of history, which is large, changing it, having the feeling that your time at Teléfonica is helping the company change and be prepared for the next 40, 50 years is trying to make people understand at Teléfonica that what they do should not be business as usual, that we're changing things. So persevering makes you better, a better person, and it makes you a better organization. If you look at history, sorry, I talk about my company a lot, but it's just because I'm very proud of this company. So we're talking about Teléfonica, and in 7 years of history, and it shouldn't be where it stands because it competes with the monsters, huge companies that are present globally, and we're there. Why? Because of the way we've always done things at Teléfonica, with ambition to take the company farther. And this is perseverance. Doesn't mean that you're always going to win, but it does mean that you go home with this feeling that you really gave it a shot and that you always tried to go the extra mile. And I have this little story when we opened the academy. Rafa invited me to come with, and Roger Federer was there, and I had never well, it's a real treat to be with Rafa. It's a luxury to be with him. But I saw how they talked to each other, Roger and Rafa. They're the two, I was going to say probably, but they're the two very best tennis players in history. But Roger, he took the floor and he said that he became a real champion when he played Rafa, because he never goes out there to play but to win. So you have to give your very all to play against Rafa, and this is something that we need to aspire to. Well, what's wonderful, and we're all of us who work with Teléfonica are proud of the company we work for. So this is enlightED, a global conference on technology, innovation, education. We've talked about all of this, but in this edition, we're trying to focus on bridging the digital gap. You travel the world and are firsthand witness of what is happening. Do you think that we're doing things right? Are we making a better world as a society? Rafa, if you want, I can start. Oh, please be my guest. Okay, well, we need to be aware that insofar as living human beings as a generation, we are privileged because we have never had so much technology over such a short period of time like now. So this is like fourfold the Industrial Revolution, and this is happening very, very quickly. This means that, because we were talking about being able to assimilate knowledge and focus, but there's yet another challenge, and that is that when there's been an accumulation of technology and history, everything has changed. Politics, economy, society, the social order, and not in a peaceful way, because there's always asymmetry. Some people see this, other people don't. And this is a data-based revolution, so it's a bit abstract. It's difficult to really see, and there is an inequality of opportunities from the get-go. So we need to understand equal opportunities as a social contract. So the challenge is to allow technology to reach everybody as well as possible, or else having the time to see how we do that. We need a new social contract. This happened with the Industrial Revolution, and we're living similar times, because AI will destroy millions of jobs, but will create millions of jobs too. So this needs to be intertwined with education, primary, secondary, higher education, vocational training, training at work. We need to be able to allow for people at work to continue training permanently. So it's a true revolution, and it's a time where technology plays a very important role. Technology is going to solve problems that were thought unsolvable, diseases that we thought we would have no cure for, and climate change will be addressed thanks to technology. But we need equality, or else society won't be sustainable as we know it. Rafa? Well, I think José María is better informed than me, and everything he's said is extremely valuable. Whether we're doing things right or not, I don't have the judgment to know. This is the reality. Let's trust that indeed each and every one of us can do their bit, so that access to technology becomes extended for all. At my foundation, during the times of the pandemic, we've been working on different projects, but we normally work with children, boys and girls, which are socially vulnerable. So apart from tending to these children and looking out for them during these months of pandemic, we couldn't have them there face to face at our facilities. Well, we tried to see that those who had to be trained had access to technology, so that they could follow what the trainers, with the teachers had to teach. So this requires that we all do our part, that everybody has more opportunities across the board. And apparently the world is advancing in this direction. We can only hope that this will become a reality, that what we're doing proves good, and that our future is brighter, because it will determine the general well-being. Well, we still have some time, and if I may, I would like to open the floor in case we have interesting questions for our guests over there.
¿Se me escucha bien? Esta pregunta es para Rafa.
Can you hear me? This is a question for Rafa. Hi, Rafa. What drives you to devote time, energy, and money to work with social projects in the Rafa Nadal Foundation? And yes, this is the 10th anniversary of the Rafa Nadal's Foundation. Well, the question is what drove me? Well, a very basic reason beyond talking about what we do at the foundation, which is something that we can mention later. What made me make the decision of creating the foundation and devoting our time to children in vulnerable situations is that I always felt very lucky. Lucky for life, the way life has treated me. I've been lucky enough to be born when I was born, and that life smiled on me for many years on many aspects. So in that sense, I think I wanted to give back. It was only fair that I did. And I know that with what we do at the foundation, we are helping about 900 families. Well, it's not decisive if we see the world context, but in a way, well, it's crucial for those children, that's for sure. But from a world's perspective, it's a small impact. But if that has an impact on other people, well, I think people who are lucky, like I am, where life smiles on us, well, we must be role models for society. And in that sense, I think, well, few things makes you happier than helping others. Being generous is a very important value in this world, and we can't but support each other. And what we try to do is to try and make it not just dependent on luck for those. That it doesn't depend to chance. That it only depends on chance for those children, and also to instill values in them so that they can also have a space where they can share positive things, and that the things that are happening outside of a school were mostly negative. So we bring them the chance to have a hopeful future, and we do that through sports and education, which are two transforming tools and essential for these children to have an entirely different opportunity than they would have had if they hadn't accessed this. And we have success cases that are a positive reinforcement for us, and we look forward to widen our center, our space, as the one we're opening in Madrid again, and inching forward.
Hola, buenas tardes. Pregunta para José María.
For José María, in this ever-changing world that we live in, what do we prioritize, AI or emotional intelligence? Oh, there you are. Well, to start with, I don't think it is one or the other. I think the AI without emotional intelligence won't work. We've never had so much technology, but if we leave it down to algorithms that they learned independently, they will have the biases of the databases they were created from. We're talking about gender biases, for example. So we need to include the human factor to what we do, in what we do, rather. So, well, technology we will have as much as we want to, and these technologies feed back on each other. For example, we have AI, 5G, fiber optics, cybersecurity, quantum computing, so the 3D printing, many things, and they feed back on each other. And the Moore law is actually happening exponentially, and we are not we are not brainwired to be in exponential growth. We think in a linear way. So the issue with this is that we need to add a human component to it. Is it time for social sciences? We need digital sociologists, digital anthropologists, digital lawyers, digital doctors. So it must be the person who determines what happens and not the machine what can happen. What we see on our media is that very often it's difficult to get across. The data traffic increases 50% every year. Imagine making 50% more cars every year, but the data traffic is mostly non-human, is computers talking to each other, and many of them, a huge percentage is about evil bots. So we need a social covenant. So I don't know if we're talking about emotional intelligence, but we're talking about empathy, solidarity. This would be the new social covenant. And I attach a great deal of value to social sciences. I think reading about social sciences would be very useful. And I'm deeply concerned with this, to be honest. I don't know if there are any further questions. Majesty, please. Well, thank you very much. Firstly, congratulations. It's a pleasure to listen to you all from your different perspectives and these inspiring forces that you are, and that is why you're there, and that's why we are listening to you. But since we are talking about innovation, education, talent, and there are so many elements at stake, as you've explained before, well, in your life, you are very successful in different areas, and at the same time, you want to give back to society, and you are doing that. So the question is about how, in your aspect, as well, in this idea of giving back, how do you integrate innovation? Is it a tool to improve many things, but also you integrate it for your own organizations, so that later on, for example, at an academy, you give back to society and educate people better? So how do you integrate innovation and you detect talent? Talent, so that you can permeate and help them reach their full potential. Detecting talent, as Rafa said, and then provide them with the skill set so that they reach the full potential. I know it's a very broad question, but, well, feel free to answer as you wish. Thank you. Rafa? Well, thank you very much, Your Majesty. I think the world has changed. Technology has changed basically everything, the rules of the game in all meanings, and also in the world of sports. I didn't grow up with technology, and I'm using technology just for information purposes. I don't use technology on a daily basis as a tool to prepare for my games, for example. If I use it, it's for stats, to be able to read better my opponents, to analyze my opponents, and that is something that wasn't possible when I was 16. But now you just log on to the to the websites and you find information about your opponents, but the rules of the games have changed, and that's how we understand it in our academy. And our players are growing up with technology. So what we try to do is, without losing the human touch, which is essential for me, when you lose it, you take a step back. But for our players, I think you need to convince them by showing them data. So when I was practicing training, I was very obedient, I must say. And well, they told me, this is wrong, you need to make it right. And I made it right. I would made it right. But today, through videos, well, the young players, well, they are recorded when they practice, when they do it wrong. Well, they are shown their mistakes later on, and then they understand why, and they have nutritionists then, well, checking how much they weigh before and after practice, so that they analyze how much liquid they need at any given point for full performance. And also there is plenty of research for physiotherapy, physical conditioning. And at the end of the day, these are all based on technology platforms, feeding all these data into these platforms, where, well, this is being leveraged by teachers, by trainers, so that they can reach, each player can reach the full potential. And then we try to find perfection in any aspect they need to work on. And all that, well, without passion, without effort, without determination, without the right people by you, is empty. But it's true that today we use technology in a decisive way. Otherwise, it would be going backwards in a way. So, well, all questions are difficult to answer, but especially when they come from Your Majesty. I think the responsibility we have is that talent has the best innovation to be able to progress. And in that sense, we think that the opportunity we have in this technological revolution is that talent flourishes, but flourishes in an environment of values. I'm saying this because this is the first technological revolution that where we find ourselves in an avant-garde situation. In previous revolutions, like the Industrial Revolution, we were lagging behind, and here we have more fiber optics deployed in Spain that, if we add together the UK, France and Italy. And therefore, with the last generation routers we have a steam machine in 80% of the Spanish territory. So we want to take it to 100%, and to achieve that, and having a highly skilled and educated generation and a fully functional educational system, we need to provide others with the best platforms, and we do that from Teléfonica. And now we have our headquarters with 140,000 square meters is becoming the biggest technology hub in Europe. We're talking about AI, 5G, fiber optics, deep learning, but also edge computing, cybersecurity, cloud computing, the IoT. We already have that, and on that basis we kickstarting hundreds of projects. We're talking about drones, connected vehicles, hybrid models. So our responsibility is that in the next 4 years, this technological hub will provide more than 100,000 people the opportunity to grow, to educate, to learn. And as Rafa does in their academy, well, he helps people so that their talent flourishes. But in our case, we have the responsibility of having one of the most important hubs in Europe. And that's what we try to do in all the countries we are in, that the talent has the needed innovation that it needs to create things. And well, with these excellent closing remarks and the closing question from His Majesty, we would like to thank you all. It's been a huge pleasure having you all here. And well, we close this first session of enlightED 2021. Thank you very much.
Después de esta gran inauguración de la cuarta edición de enlightED Hybrid Edition 2021, me gustaría presentarme. Soy Julia Camargo y les acompañaré a lo largo de estos 3 días como maestra de ceremonias en este innovador formato híbrido. Preguntar de dónde vengo no tiene respuesta fácil. Nací en Brasil, me crié en el Reino Unido, en Portugal y recientemente me he graduado aquí en la hermosa ciudad de Madrid, donde también he comenzado mi carrera profesional. Debo reconoceros que estoy muy emocionada de poder acompañarlos a lo largo de estos 3 días, porque las ediciones pasadas viví enlightED, pero desde el backstage. Viendo cómo cada edición crecía y conseguíamos llegar a más gente de todas las partes del mundo. En 2021 no vamos a hacer menos y además me he propuesto un reto muy importante, que mucha gente joven como yo nos siga y se enganche a esa edición, porque todos los temas que van a tratar nos afectan de forma muy directa. En este año, enlightED reunirá en sus 3 jornadas a destacados expertos y pensadores nacionales y internacionales para reflexionar sobre 3 de las grandes brechas educativas y que se han acelerado por la pandemia del COVID-19. La brecha de innovación que tenemos que reducir para poder transformar los sistemas educativos, el desafío de resolver la falta de competencias en relación con las nuevas necesidades sociales y, en tercer lugar, cómo afrontar la brecha digital y promover un cambio positivo. ¿Están preparados para continuar con este trepidante día? Ahora tengo el placer de presentar a nuestra siguiente ponente, Wendy Kopp, fundadora de Teach for All, en conversación con Magdalena Brier, directora general de Pro Futuro, para hablar de esos temas de empoderamiento, la formación y el apoyo a todos los profesores en esta era hiperdigital. Around the world, millions of children lack the education, support, and opportunity they need to thrive. When millions of children aren't learning, it affects us all, perpetuating poverty, dividing societies, and weakening economies. COVID-19 has shown us that leveling the digital competencies worldwide is a crucial next step. Welcome Wendy and Magdalena to enlightED 2021. We can't wait to hear your insights. The floor is yours.
Hello, Wendy. It is a great pleasure to speak with you today. Thank you very much for participating in this session.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor, and congratulations to you on this recognition.
Thank you. Education is currently at the center of the public debate, as it has never been before. This can be positive, as big changes are needed in the field of education, but at the same time, it is a complex issue. We run the risk to get lost in the debates, or what is even worse, to end up making changes that will not improve the overall situation of education around the world. Our challenge today at this session is to hopefully contribute with some ideas and proposals that can be useful for this ongoing global debate about education. We might not come up with solutions, but I hope that at least we manage to give the audience some food for thought based on our experience. Profuturo has worked for the last 5 years to bring quality digital education to the most vulnerable children around the world. Teach for All is a global network developing collective leadership to ensure all children have the opportunity to fulfill their potential. Wendy, how do you do that in Teach for All?
Well, Teach for All is a network, as you know, of independent, locally led organizations in 60 countries and growing, with a global organization to help all of them learn from each other. And what brings us together across the network is an understanding that the fact that the circumstances of children's birth predict their educational outcomes and life outcomes is a big systemic challenge that requires many changes, which requires, as we say, collective leadership, people, teachers, students, parents, school leaders, school system leaders, policy leaders, and everyone really around the whole ecosystem around children exerting leadership. So what these network organizations do is work to develop that leadership through enlisting people of all different academic backgrounds and all different career interests who are promising leaders to channel their energy into the arena of working with the most marginalized children, initially by committing 2 years to teach in under-resourced communities. They invest a lot in those teachers in pursuit of really important immediate outcomes for kids and also really important long-term outcomes, because those 2 years are foundational for really a lifetime of leadership and advocacy for children. So those teachers who commit just 2 years never leave the work, and they end up working in partnership with many others to effect the changes that we need from every level of the system and outside of the system as well.
This is really amazing, Wendy. The OECD published recently a report based on the results of the PISA assessment that showed that over the last 2 decades, there has been no real improvement in the learning outcomes of students across OECD countries, with no pandemic, and despite many educational reforms and rising expenditure. In 2019, the World Bank used the term learning poverty to give name to a terrible reality. 53% of 10-year-olds in low and middle-income countries were unable to read and understand a short text appropriate for their age, a figure that went over 80% in the poorest countries. It is clear that education was already in crisis before COVID-19, and that access to quality education is unequal. It is also obvious that the pandemic will only worsen this situation. Wendy, I have heard you before speaking about equity as a key in education. Could you explain this further?
You know, we think it's so key because all children have immense and unlimited potential, and yet whole segments of children in every part of the world are facing many extra challenges, as well as just systemic bias. And as a result, they aren't met with the expectations and provided with the supports they need to fulfill that potential. And we just know that our collective welfare really depends on all children having the education and support and opportunity necessary to develop the skills to create a better future, really, for all of us, to solve these increasingly complex problems that face us. And what I'll say too is that, you can look at the OECD reports, looking at aggregate progress, and it can become kind of depressing. But what fuels my sense of possibility and just sense of urgency in this, and all of us across the Teach for All network, is that we've seen that in some communities we're making really significant progress. And what we've seen is that when we have enough people working together towards this end of ensuring all kids do fulfill their potential, we do see the kind of sustained aggregate progress for children that we need to see everywhere. So that's what keeps us going. Those communities show us what is possible, and they tell us that all of us can come together to improve the overall system.
That's really inspiring, Wendy. The side effects from the pandemic that we could consider positive has been that education is now at the center of the global debate. Due to the fact that we live in an interconnected and changing world has made more obvious the need for a change in education. Education has to prepare children to thrive in the 21st century. Another learning from the pandemic has been that we have finally seen technology as a tool for education. The challenge we face now is that technology does not become an element to increase inequality. We can't allow that the most vulnerable are left behind. That's why in Pro Futuro we believe that access to technology, at least in terms of education, is not enough. That is why we devote most of our efforts on teacher training. Over the past 5 years, we have trained over 900,000 teachers in 40 countries in Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. Pro Futuro promotes the development of teachers' pedagogical and digital skills to enable them to integrate technology in the classroom and provide the best education to their students. At the end, it all comes down to the teachers, as they are the key, the engine for change. Wendy, what role do you think teachers should have in this new scenario?
Well, let me just say that across our network, we are so grateful for Pro Futuro's initiative and your perspective on this, which we completely share. I think what we've seen in this era is that maybe we had underestimated the potential of technology to accelerate learning, to make learning more accessible. I think we had pre-pandemic. And what we've seen in this era is that it has so much potential. We can, better differentiate learning to meet students' different needs. We can make it possible for everyone to access learning all the time. There are so many potentials. And yet, as you say, I've had the privilege of talking with so many teachers across our network who are leveraging the available technology to keep their kids learning, as well as to talk to some of the alumni of our program who have pioneered some of the most inspiring ed tech innovations. And each of these folks, one thing is clear. They say the technology is the easy part. The challenging part is developing ourselves and developing the teaching profession so that we know how to best leverage that technology to actually do good things for kids. As one of our alumni who started an innovation called EdPuzzle said, technology enhances either bad teaching or good teaching. Yeah. And so fundamentally, we need to make sure that all of our teachers have the pedagogical skills as well as the technology skills in order to actually help students develop both the academic and the social emotional skills necessary to get where we're all trying to go.
Pro Futuro and several members from the Teach for All network in Africa have been working together during the last year and a half to implement a teacher development project in Africa that has thrown a very positive result. Amazing, we could say, if we consider that it has been running in the middle of the pandemic. In 2020, we managed to train together more than 15,000 teachers in 3 countries, and this year we plan to reach 13,000 more in 5 countries. The training strategy was defined for teachers from vulnerable environments, but we believe that the skills they are developing can apply to any teacher around the world. This is a powerful example of how education innovation can happen anywhere. Don't you think that we should all learn from those experiences?
It's so true. I think we've found that when we center the most vulnerable, the most marginalized kids, the kids at the edges in our efforts, then we make sure that all of our innovations and all of our efforts can meet the needs of all kids. And we've seen that over and over. I think again about this example of Kim Sabria, a teacher in the Spanish program that's part of the Teach for All network, who pioneered this incredible innovation as he worked with some of the most underserved kids in his city where he taught, and started trying to figure out, how do I leverage video to help the kids be more engaged? And what came from that is now Edpuzzle, an app that 80% of the kids in my own country here in the US and 35 million kids around the world, some of the most marginalized kids and some of the most privileged kids, are benefiting from. So again, I think our collective welfare improves when we center our efforts on equity and ensuring that that the kids who face the most challenges have the greatest supports.
That's great. The reason why we are now having this conversation in a virtual format is that we are still in the middle of COVID pandemic. That constrains some of our day-to-day activities, but also because the pandemic has changed the way we do things, the way we meet, the way we work, and also the way we learn. But I believe that schools and teachers keep on playing a central role. I recently read a document produced by the Futures of Education Commission of UNESCO that said, while learning may occur widely, there is nothing spontaneous about education. Education requires intentionality, planning, and systematization because it does not happen naturally or spontaneously. Wendy, what is your vision and your hope for the future of education?
My hope is that all of us in education, all of our teachers and educators understand that really the future is in our hands. I think in this era that has shown us just how uncertain the world is, just how much the challenges facing us are growing, it just becomes so clear that the kids in our classrooms today will need to be developing as leaders who can solve these increasingly complex problems, can navigate change and uncertainty. So that means that we need to be developing them with the agency, the awareness, the critical thinking and problem solving skills, the sense of empathy and connectedness and well-being, to live into that and to shape a better world and a better future. So my hope is that we can leverage the tremendous possibilities that have emerged. I mean, even as this era has exacerbated the inequities and really compounded the challenges facing the communities in which we're working around the world, we have also seen so many new possibilities, the potential to leverage technology, the potential to engage students and parents much more deeply in shaping the learning experience, the potential to much better integrates a focus on student well-being and social emotional development at every turn of every school day. And so my hope is that we'll leverage all those new possibilities to reimagine the whole system so that this generation growing up today and future generations are all the more likely to thrive, and to build a better future.
It's a great dream, Wendy. I also dream in that sense that we can leverage all we have learned in this pandemic. It has been a real pleasure. You're really inspiring. This conversation has been really enriching for us. I hope that we keep on sharing knowledge and experience among both organizations, so that our common work keeps on improving the quality of education for all. Wendy, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an enriching partnership and learning journey. We so look forward to the future together.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Wendy y Magdalena, por las interesantes conclusiones sobre la importancia de cerrar la brecha de información en esta era digital. Thank you for this insightful talk. Being part of a Western-centric Generation Z, it's easy to forget that not everyone is a digital native or has access to a high ratio of users to devices. En nuestro siguiente panel veremos el rol que juega y puede jugar la tecnología y la inteligencia artificial en el proceso de toma de decisiones en el sector educativo. ¿Pueden los datos, la tecnología o la inteligencia artificial ayudar a los responsables políticos y a los educadores a mejorar la calidad de la educación? Para debatir sobre este tema, contamos con la presencia de Robert Hawkins, Global Lead for Technology and Innovation in Education at the World Bank, y a Wayne Holmes, Research Consultants for UNESCO and Professor at University College London, moderados por Mayra Cabrini, Communications and Strategy Expert at Ashoka, Spain. Welcome, Robert, Wayne, and Mayra. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be moderating this roundtable today. Thank you, Wayne and Bob, for joining us today. I just want to remind you of the title of the session, which is How to Reach Excellence and Equity in Education in a Data-Driven World. So before we start, I'd love to get a feeling from you of how do you understand and how do you interpret equity and excellence in your own words? So Wayne, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's good to be part of this discussion. Thank you. For me, I want to start with what excellence is not. So excellence in education for me, it's not about young people learning facts and procedures. It's not about passing exams. It's not about doing things that are kind of easily quantifiable. But for me, it's all about helping young people to fully develop their individual potential so that they can live a fulfilling life and make a positive contribution to society. So that's what it's about for me. And to achieve that, I think young people, they need high quality learning opportunities. They need professional teachers, opportunities to meet and collaborate with other students and to discover things and consolidate what they've learned. So I think it's a complex mix of things, but really important. But then in terms of equity, there it's very much about the outcomes. It's about what the young people can achieve. And it's a recognition that in order for all young people to achieve their full potential, equal opportunities are not enough. If we just give equal opportunities to all our young people, that does not mean that all young people will achieve what they can achieve. Particularly children from lower socioeconomic situations, or developing countries, or rural areas, or students with disabilities. These young people, they need extra support and extra work on our behalf so that they can achieve what they're capable of achieving.
No, I mean, I couldn't agree with Wayne more. I mean, excellence is not how well you've done on a test. It's not your grade. It's not how well you can do on standardized exams. In fact, it's those things that are really difficult to measure. It's things like Wayne talked about, but also curiosity, inspiration, connections with other individuals, being inspired by teachers, being supported by your parents, working together with your peers. It is about opportunities to grow. The concept of growth mindset I like, in the sense that there aren't limitations in what students can do to achieve excellence. It's about agency. It's about defining your own terms of excellence. But it's also around struggle. It's also around failure, and it's also around perseverance. And these things are very difficult to measure. In terms of equity, it is providing these types of opportunities, this type of environment, these types of human connections to all students, and encouraging them to be able to strive to be the best they can be and to be different versions of themselves as well throughout their entire life. That failure does not define you. Failure helps you to identify future paths to grow as an individual, as a student, as a citizen of this world.
That's great. And actually, before the pandemic outbreak, we were already living a sort of learning crisis, right? With a huge gap in terms of equity in education. The way the World Bank actually estimates the the levels of education in a country is by measuring how well a 10-year-old can read and understand a short paragraph, right? And so the numbers at the moment show that in low and middle income countries, just over half of 10-year-olds are unable of reading and properly understanding a short paragraph. And this can go up to 80% in some of the poorest countries, right? There are about 258 million students out of school at the moment, and this obviously gets worse in countries in conflict or some of the poorest countries in the world. So here it'd be interesting to know, and we want to talk about how can technology help bridge this gap, and more specifically, how can technology help us guide us into decision-making for long-term impact in education. And here, Bob, you coordinated a paper with 5 principles that so recommendations on the use of ed tech in education. Could you briefly summarize those principles for us?
No, absolutely. I mean, as a result of COVID, with all the school closures, we've been inundated with demand for ways to use technology for remote distance learning to reach those kids that are out of school, which opened up huge divides in terms of access, in terms of skills, and all of the equity issues that we talked about. In response to clients and ministries of education that want to use ed tech to improve teaching and learning, we use these 5 principles. And the first one is always ask why. What is the change that you want to see as a result of this investment? How are the skills of students going to be changed? What will be the dynamic between teacher and student that you hope to achieve? How will the curriculum be more enriched through these investments? So being very specific on having education and educational outcomes and change in the classroom lead the decision to invest in ed tech as opposed to the technology. That's principle 1. The second one is for all at scale. Our belief is that if you focus on the most marginalized, the least connected, and you develop solutions to reach those individuals, those schools, those teachers, those students, you will be able to then scale up in the more socioeconomically rich areas of a country. So kind of working outward and in. The other aspect of this principle is the idea of human-centered design, that ministries of education need to take the time to really understand how the investments impact and respond to the needs of teachers and students. The third principle is empower teachers. At the end of the day, education is a social endeavor, and teachers are at the center of that engagement. And we need to find ways in which to support teachers to do what they do best in terms of inspiring students, helping them with their challenges, and not just delivering the curriculum, not just kind of marking exams. And this is an area that's, of potential of looking at ways that technology can maybe take away some of that administrative burden and empower teachers to do things differently, as well as looking at ways in which to connect teachers to other sources of information, other networks, other teachers. So again, looking at ways that technology can really empower teachers to do their job most effectively. The fourth principle is to engage the ecosystem. We recognize that ed tech is a multifaceted endeavor, that there are many linkages. You can't just procure tablets and expect magic to happen. But by the same token, you need to identify kind of what are those sources of expertise in your country, in your region, and to encourage ministries of education to engage with those sources of innovation, whether it's universities, whether it's private sector solution providers, whether it's NGOs, or in other parts of the government. For instance, working with the Ministry of Telecommunications on zero rating for content is kind of one example of working across ministries. So looking at kind of the broad ecosystem and being able to leverage that as a network to support education. And then finally, the fifth principle is be data-driven, that there's great opportunities to more effectively use data to not just measure impact at the system level, but also for learning analytics, learning outcomes, and looking at trying to, while previously I said that these, most of the important aspects of excellence are hard to measure, there are still opportunities to look at how we might begin to measure some of these 21st century skills, for example. But also the idea of using data, using evidence globally is helping ministries not to reinvent the wheel, to engage with that broader ecosystem globally, and also to be iterative in their approach, and for Ministry of Education to be learning organizations, to continually attempt new interventions, gather the data on those interventions, and adapt their implementation.
And on that last point, exactly, of being data-driven and how that can be useful in policy making, Wayne, you've contributed to a document, a series of recommendations also on the use of artificial intelligence in education for policymakers. So what is the role of AI in education?
I mean, that is a huge area to begin with. And the reality is that AI is being used increasingly in education in a variety of different ways. The way I think of it is there's actually three different levels we can think of, or three different operations. One is what I refer to as learning with AI. So it's the use of AI tools to support teaching and learning. And that can be divided itself into system-facing, student-facing, teacher-facing. The next area is learning about AI. So learning how AI works, how to create it. And I'm not just talking about universities here, I'm talking about young children right the way through, having opportunities. And the third area, huge overlap with what I've already said, but this is about preparing for the fact that we are living in a world which is increasingly dominated by AI. And so what are the different implications? What are the social risks? What are the benefits? How do we ensure that AI serves humanity? So with all of these things, there genuinely are, risks and benefits. But unfortunately, I would suggest at the moment, despite all the hyperbole that we have about how AI is going to transform education, I've read that so many times. At the moment, the benefits are still pretty unclear. There are really very few independent evaluations of the AI tools that exist. So which ones work, how they work, do they work, what do they achieve is hugely, it's still a big open question. And yet policymakers around the world are jumping headfirst into buying up these systems, spending lots of money on them with very little evidence for their efficacy. But not just their efficacy, I mean, to return to what Bob was mentioning with those hard to measure things. AI is pretty poor, or at least the current versions that we see, they're pretty poor at helping young people to develop those skills. Where they're much more focused is on things like mathematics or physics, things that are very clearly delineated, that the AI can work out, well, this is a right answer, this is a wrong answer, and so on and so forth. But that's leading to education becoming much narrower rather than taking the opportunities to make education broader, to consider some of these wider things. And from what Bob was saying about the 5 principles, the first 4, absolutely 100% behind. I think they're really good and really important. The 5th one, I understand the ambition, but I'm not convinced. I think the problem is that the data that we currently have is incredibly limited. What's available is very specific. It's either high-level stuff, things like how many students go to school, student-teacher ratios in the classroom, what the examination results are for these very limited things. But it doesn't go further than that. And when it does, it's often proxies, and the proxies themselves can be quite weak. So, for example, it's very important to understand the impact of lower socioeconomic based young people in the education system. But the problem is we don't have real measures for that. We have proxies for that. And sometimes the proxies can be useful and accurate, but very often they're not, and that can send us off in the wrong direction. But we also have, using some of the electronic systems, the e-learning systems, and the AI systems, we do get some individual interaction data. So we've got the high-level group data, and we've got the individual interaction data. But the problem with that data, the individual interaction data, is it's incredibly fragmented. Every system curates different data, collects different data, makes different decisions based on that data. It's not standardized. And the other core thing is it's really focused on what the young person does when using that digital tool. So it doesn't take account of reading a book, having a conversation with a teacher, collaborating on a project with your peers. All those much more important things, in my view, just get missed. And so then when we say, and I do understand the logic that we need evidence in order to improve our education system, and I completely agree with that. But my problem is when we say, well, what is that evidence? And too much of the evidence at the moment is this very limited high-level data or very limited interaction data and not much else. And I've seen situations where we have systems, a classic one, we can log when somebody logs into an online system. We can also record when they log out. We can do a calculation from one to the other, so we have a duration of login time, which is fantastic. And then that's just one of multiple different bits of data we can collect. But the problem is then what happens with that information. Firstly, it doesn't cover me when I walk away from the screen or when I flip across to Facebook. So it's not really accurate in what I'm doing. And secondly, when we finish doing that, we then have to give it a variable name. And so what happens is we call that engagement. We'll do that for now. We'll call it engagement. And that's fair enough. The guys and people who are doing this, that's fair enough. They need to give it a name. But then you only have to wait 5 or 6 weeks. And people forget that what they're talking about is not engagement. It's actually the difference between a login and a log out time. But then we see these big pronouncements about, well, by doing X, Y, or Z, we improve engagement, we enhance engagement. It's just not true. And the reason being is because the data is so limited.
And that's really interesting. I don't know, Bob, maybe if you'd like to respond to this on this skepticism around big data in driving decision making. How do you feel about Wayne's opinion?
No, I think it's a matter of I don't want to say perspective, but the challenge in most of the countries that we work in is that there is data poverty. There is the challenge of many different systems that are siloed, lack of data interoperability, and a system in which the capacity is not there to most effectively use the data in real time. So you have census data that's being collected once a year, that's being, many times in paper format, entered into an Access database, and then you produce kind of your census report 9 months later, and it's not actionable. There's no feedback to the school level. So this is kind of the level of data that we're working at. So if we can increase that access to data a bit, it could have large impacts on just understanding simple things like how many students you have in your schools, how many teachers you have, where the teachers are, what their background is. So we're not at the big data level. When I talk about kind of be data driven, it is focusing on some of the very nuts and bolts, simple aspects and the challenges around being able to kind of aggregate and use data more effectively. There's also the issue of in some cases, collecting too much data, not asking the right questions, of really kind of interrogating what you really want to know about your system and focusing on those very specific data points. So it's a huge challenge in all of the countries that we work with. But beyond that, there are opportunities that many countries are looking at to use data for early warning systems, for example, to be able to have some data on at-risk students of dropping out. which is a huge challenge. The other example that is promising is teaching at the right level. So many of the students are in grade 7th math, but only have a grade 4 knowledge. So again, can technology be used at the learning level to more effectively support those students to get up to grade level, for instance, in math? And there's been some promising studies there. So these are some of the areas that we're looking at the use of data, but it's at a very basic level to get the basic information about how your system is functioning.
And to keep with that, so it's sometimes difficult to talk about technology bridging the gap when 40% of the population in the world does not have access to internet, for example. So is technology, really the solution to bridge the gap? Is it just part of it? And also, what does this mean for a 12-year-old schoolgirl in Uganda, and what does this mean for a 6-year-old in Brazil, right? So how does this affect the day-to-day lives of students and teachers and parents, right? And Bob, maybe you can continue there.
Yeah, no. So we did an effectiveness study during COVID, and it definitely exposed this new access issue. So there has been an access issue with regard to students being able to get access to education from home, and looking at old technologies as well. So many countries have looked at use of radio, television, and combining that also with mobile and internet, and with the idea of building in this kind of human interaction, which is lacking in many of the traditional radio and TV programs. I think the other lesson is around kind of the gap in skills, that this has kind of exposed kind of a new set of skills that teachers require, not just the digital skills, but digital pedagogical skills, how to effectively teach in an online environment, as well as engaging and interacting with parents. And I think one of the other challenges that came out was just burnout too. I mean, I think there's no substitution for face-to-face. There's no substitution for human engagement. But lack of being able to do that, there are ways in which to think about kind of a hybrid model that really emphasizes the human connections and the human engagement in a system. So let me stop there.
Wayne, from your perspective?
Yeah, I think, the point that Bob made about the different technologies, technology is a big word and it covers an awful lot. And as Bob pointed out, during the pandemic, probably the technology that was used the most was radio, followed closely by TV. And actually, the internet in many countries was a very poor third. And the tools that use, the highest level of technology, such as the AI tools, they were used very, very little, and not really changed a great deal from before the COVID period. They weren't developed in any particular sense for that. So I think that the problem is, when we think about those young people in the countries you mentioned, how can we help? And a lot of the answers that people are giving are, well, we can use AI and data and pull this together and we can do amazing things. And there's actually been very little evidence of that. There's evidence of, very small things happening that are quite interesting. There's tools that use AI. They are established in an urban setting. They connect to the internet, they update, etc. And then they're taken into a rural setting where they no longer have internet access, but they function as if they did. And then when it's returned to the city again, it updates, etc. So there are possibilities like that. But the reality is that thinking that the problems that we have in those countries, and it's not just the less developed countries, in some rural areas in the more developed countries can fit this as well. If we think that the technology, we put the technology in and it's going to solve things, then I think it's just not going to work. the focus has got to be on the problems rather than the symptoms of the problems. So the symptoms, in a sense, are that young people are not receiving the education they deserve. But the problem is that very often it's because that the teachers in those areas are not well qualified, not well trained, not very experienced. And putting in the technology, we put in an AI tool into that, it means that that cohort of young people hopefully will benefit from those tools, which is fantastic. But it doesn't solve the real problem. And so we're going to need technology for the next cohort and the next cohort. And they're not dealing with this, the fact that the lack of the human expertise in the classroom. So rather than thinking when there is a problem like that, we can solve it just by putting tech in, we really ought to be thinking about how do we solve this? And what we should be doing in those kind of circumstances is working out how we can improve and enhance the qualifications, the experience, the expertise of those humans, teachers in those classrooms. Now, one of the ways in which that could happen is if we had AI-driven tools to help in that process. So, for example, there's an experiment connecting farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's using an AI-backed tool that allows small farmers to connect with other people, other farmers, so they can share experiences, talk about the market, etc., etc. It's a brilliant thing. But why don't we have something like that for teachers? So that inexperienced teacher in one rural setting can speak with teachers in other rural settings and with experts in the cities. So we could use AI to help develop those teachers. And yet in the research area, there's virtually no research into how do we use AI to support teachers directly. It's all about how do we use AI to essentially do teacher functions, which inevitably has the possible outcome of replacing teachers. Now, that's never one's intention, nobody's intention to do that, but it's a possible consequence. So we've got to be clear about what we mean about the technology. We've got to be clear about what the problem we're trying to solve and not just pick off the symptom, but go to the heart of the problem and try and develop technologies that can help us support that and deal with that. For me, that's the longer term way of dealing with these things.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And you both mentioned the importance of the human connection, right? So we all know that it takes a tribe to raise a child, but what does a tribe look like in this digital age? And can technology replace the full ecosystem in a child's life? Bob.
No, I'm just to build off of Wayne's last point on teachers, that I think the most effective use of technology is, again, building these human connections, of supporting teachers, for instance, through coaching at a distance, where there's some good examples of the efficacy of this tool, or the proliferation of WhatsApp, just to create networks to kind of share ideas, to reduce isolation in many cases that teachers were feeling. There's kind of an interesting example in Israel of kind of an app to find a scientist to bring into the classroom. So again, the idea of kind of enhancing these human connections and the ability of technology, to answer your question, to kind of expand the opportunities for teachers to tap into additional networks, additional expertise, additional content, so that you move away from the model that they need to be kind of the sole source of knowledge and information in a classroom to deliver to 30, 40 students. To being able to look at ways in which technology can support them to do different functions, to can help them to work in teams, to can put them in touch with a mentor, to help connect them with other sources of knowledge and information, to help them to better use, again, data to kind of understand, where are maybe the gaps in their students' knowledge, and be able to gauge more effectively with students and parents. So I think the key element that technology can provide here in terms of the tribe are the connections that weren't possible before. And that's also a cultural change. And this is kind of easier said than done, because there are, people get used to doing things in a certain way, and a lot of this requires kind of change management and convincing that this is a superior way to engage in education and learning. There's one project that we're working on in Turkey that is very explicit about the role of the teacher as an innovator, of working kind of with a broader ecosystem of solution providers, of kind of private sector content and application developers, to identify themselves, the teachers, what are the problems in the classroom, to engage with those tools, to test them in the classroom, to evaluate them, and then to determine whether indeed they're solving their educational problem. So marrying kind of those two cultures of education at the teacher level and solution providers, I think is an important aspect of kind of expanding this tribe.
Absolutely. So as we need to wrap up, I'd love just to do a final, very quick round. What, in one word or half a sentence, what would be your one recommendation or ask for policymakers in education? Wayne.
I think that the thing that I would ask them to focus on is to not get seduced by the exciting hyperbole that we're hearing about all the time. There are tools out there that can be very effective, but I think policymakers really ought to take things a little bit more carefully and need to engage or encourage and fund the kind of research so that we're not just building tools that automate what I think of as poor pedagogic practices, but actually can start addressing some of the issues that Bob's been talking about. I think it's possible, but it's very challenging for policymakers not to get seduced. And while I value the role of the private sector, I do worry when the big tech companies are becoming so dominant. I don't know about you, but I do not want Facebook teaching our children, but that's what Facebook are doing. So I think, don't get seduced by the technology and look into things more carefully and invest in the research.
Thank you. Bob?
Yeah, on my side, I would go back to our first principle, ask why. That it's critical that any policymaker really interrogate why they're making this investment and exactly what is the change that they want to see in their system, in the classroom, in the engagement, the human connection between the student and the teacher and the parent, the student, the teacher, the parent, and the community.
Thank you so much. So we've reached an end. Thank you so much for a fascinating conversation. I wish it could be longer, but we'll let you go now. Thank you, Wayne Holmes and Bob Hawkins, for joining us.
Thanks. It's been fantastic chatting with you today.
A continuación, tenemos a Olli-Pekka Heinonen, director general de la Organización del Bachillerato Internacional, también conocido como IB, moderado por Lucía Figar, Chief of Corporate Innovation de IE University. Este panel contará con varias IB World Schools donde debatirán los aprendizajes y las conclusiones que la pandemia ha aportado en la educación. Lucia, Olli-Pekka, welcome to enlightED 2021. Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Julia. We are very honored to have you here, Director General Olli-Pekka.
Thank you very much, Lucia.
We're deeply honored to have you with us to reflect on what have schools learned during this pandemic. You have been appointed Director General of International Baccalaureate, the world's most important, or at least influential, network of schools just 5 months ago in May. So in the middle of a pandemic that has closed the schools and universities across the planet, impacting 3 billion learners. What is it like to take on the job in these circumstances?
Well, of course, it's very challenging. And I'm not talking about myself now, but I'm talking about the students and teachers and schools who have had to struggle in these very special, turbulent moments. And of course, the big challenge is that how to, for example, safeguard for each student the hard work that they have done when it's, for example, impossible to have the tests the way that we have been organizing them earlier. So it's been very challenging. But on the other hand, very inspiring and motivating cause. It has showed us that there are so many things that we need to do better in education. And now kind of after the pandemic, I think there's a kind of a triple challenge for the world of education to get the children who were out of school back to school, then to make sure that the quality teaching and learning is there, and also make sure that the lost learning gaps are reached.
Yeah, but with COVID-19, entire educational systems countrywide have served as kind of guinea pigs, let me say it that way, to experiment with online learning almost overnight, shifting entirely the way they teach and learn, experimental also with platforms, with video conferencing, with online collaboration, with new ways of assessment. So many of these changes and innovations have happened locally at each individual school. And now I think looking forward, there are a lot of best practices, lessons to be shared, to be learned. How do we now as a society bring together all that has happened in order to improve educational systems? Today's day at enlightED is dedicated to the improvement of educational systems, to innovation of educational systems. And I know you've always boosted innovation in all your positions. So is it now a responsibility of the different governments, or do independent organizations like the IB have a role in this challenge?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, José. That's an excellent question. And I think what is important is first that we kind of get the evidence. We kind of look at what we have learned, what are the innovations that have happened locally, and what are the things that could and should be kind of taken in use more widely. Then there's the next step, which is the step that once we have gathered that evidence, that we should act on it. And then we come to the question that you referred to, that whose responsibility is it? And I think that's in a best possible case, there is no kind of one individual kind of a party who would take the responsibility, but we could have that type of agency, leadership and ownership in the whole education system. I think this pandemic has kind of taught us that we are really dealing with an education and learning and teaching system, and system in that sense that the different parts of it are very strongly interconnected. And I don't think that the kind of traditional way of thinking about kind of top-down regulations, they don't function anymore. We don't get those innovations happening that way, but we need to able to go develop together with schools the best possible solutions. And that is something that IB is very strongly committed, and using, of course, the high expertise of its teachers and educators and schools to kind of take that innovation spirit forward.
So it would be, in a way, the capacity to innovate and share that should be scaled according.
It is exactly that way, that it's not kind of governing with kind of performance, but it's really governing by creating the capacity in the kind of whole system, and also creating the resilience with schools to take the kind of new learnings, but also the challenges, kind of the whole community to answer those.
Okay. So, Olli-Pekka, this is your first time at enlightED, and probably, well, aside from the events of IB, one of the first public events you have joined as Director General. And I'm sure the audience would like to know, there's many schools following us. What are your goals for the next few years regarding the International Baccalaureate organization?
Well, I would say that there are 3 goals that I have now on top of my list. The first one is that I think we are in a world where we need to reinvent learning and teaching for the next wave of humanity. We are tackled with global challenges, and there is clearly a need for us to connect in our teaching and learning to those challenges. And that is kind of something that we need, not kind of only kind of local and national identities, but we more and more need also a global identity to tackle those issues. The other thing that I see important is connected what we just talked about, the kind of how to take the learnings of the COVID-19, and that's the kind of stewardship of inspiring and inspired teachers and educators and school communities in the system, to make that kind of system being adaptive and innovative in its character. And the third one is that kind of coming from a different system, we, and I've seen it so clearly that kind of IB could have a much, much more stronger role in the kind of communication of the global education system, that we could give much, much more and kind of co-develop with other actors the answers for the future of teaching and learning.
Oh, that's very interesting. So maybe we can exchange points of view also with a few principles that we have here. We are honored to be joined also by 3 highly relevant IB World Schools in this conversation, represented by Principal Andrew Ratu from St. Clair's, Oxford in the UK, President Karma Elliott from UWC in Singapore, Southeast Asia campus, and Director General David Hawley from the International School of Geneva in Switzerland. Welcome to the 3 of you. We're very honored to have you. And I was thinking I could ask you, as you represent different schools and have different regions of the world, the same question, so you can give the audience your own point of view. Many students worldwide, those who don't have internet access, have seen their education disrupted, increasing the equity gap. We've seen also negative effects on student performance, mental health problems, teachers overwhelmed, international student mobility also deeply affected. But I would like to focus on the positive effects of COVID, if any. Do you think that this brutal experience has left any positive effects on schools, teachers, students? And if so, which one would be the most important? May you begin, Mr. Ratu.
Of course, I'd be delighted to. Thank you very much indeed for the question. Some thoughts I'd like to offer are some less confident or anxious students have benefited from the increased anonymity of online learning. Wow. So more dominant students haven't been able to monopolize discussion in class. That's something we've certainly found. Online platforms that we've been using like Teams and OneNote have improved feedback on written work, and they provide convenient storage of academic materials. And we'll certainly be continuing to use the online platform alongside face-to-face teaching going forward. And having to step outside the box has led to a greater variety of teaching and learning strategies that our teaching staff have been implementing. I think most importantly, though, to focus on the last part of your question, having to learn online has reinforced the importance of community. Personal contact with friends and fellow learners is really precious. And we witnessed the sheer joy of our students coming back onto campus last term and this term, mostly not having to wear masks, I hasten to add. And there was a palpable sense of release, a sort of exhalation of pent-up stress. And we're a boarding school, so we don't see parents all that often. Paradoxically, our relationship with them has become even better because we've communicated in a multi-channel fashion and taken them more into our confidence than perhaps we had done hitherto. So they really understand, and I think generally appreciate how and why we've made the decisions we've had to make. So for me, finally, community remains central.
Oh, very interesting. Karma from UWC Singapore. You were the first to close and the first to open. I mean, Singapore as a system. Now you've had summer school closures also this academic year. But let us listen to your point of view regarding the positive effects of COVID.
So far, thank you for the question. Thank you very much for having me. So far, since the pandemic hit Singapore, we as a college, we have 5,500 students in the college, have had a couple of weeks of online learning. But obviously within that, a lot of disruption is, and as you say, the disruption to teaching and learning extends in many different ways. And what Andrew has just said really resonates with me as well. I think regardless of whether it's in the UK or in Singapore, I think these factors are all something that are very visible to us as both the impact of COVID, but we can see the positive benefits that come out from them around, building community in difficult and dysfunctional times. I think for me, when I was thinking about this, rather than repeating the things that Andrew said, I also thought, one of the real positive benefits overall, I think, from the impact of the pandemic is it's helped us to focus on how much of a sort of to-do list we still have to do regarding the sustainable development goals and the commitments that we all made there, a couple of years ago or 3 years ago around a decade of change. And actually, that spotlight that is now thrown on the things that we haven't done and the things that we hadn't foreseen were going to be part of that challenge. We see the impact on things like social justice and gender impact in addition to the things that you've mentioned there. And I think that's a really positive catalyst actually to make us sit up and think that, what role does education and teaching more generally play in addressing, as Olli-Pekka said as well, the sort of common challenges and shared solutions as well, that co-creation of teaching and learning for the future that helps to address some of those, other areas of impact as well. And also the voice of youth. I think young people, as they've gone online, have been very quick to tell us what works and what doesn't work for them. And also that, what Andrew said there as well around, the activism that's come through from communities in Singapore and the UK and South America and so on, being able to engage with each other around these big issues in a much more sort of activist way, I would say, as well, around bringing the voice of youth to bear on all of these areas as well. So I think that has been, obviously it's a negative influence, but it's a positive impact potentially that we must make sure we don't neglect that opportunity, I think.
Thank you very much, Karma. And now I pass the word to David. David, what's your opinion on this topic?
Well, thank you. I'm going to try to give a couple of examples of the positive effect of COVID. One, I'll start with the prosaic example and then go to more philosophical. The more prosaic is one of the important aspects in the life of a student is the student-teacher-parent conference where they get together and talk about learning, what are their learning goals, etc. And some of you, I'm sure, with children will remember that these often happen in schools where you're running from one teacher to the next. It's not relaxed, it's not focused. And of course, during the pandemic, we did that online. And so several things happened. First of all, there was an intimacy to have the student, the teachers, the parents, the student, and the teacher together. And given the nature of the parents we serve, it doesn't matter where in the world they are. They could be present. And that was a really good example. And even now that we've come out of the COVID restrictions, that's one of those things that we've decided we're going to keep in our programming, if you will. The more philosophical is the pandemic has really challenged us to think about what is it that we bring to the student experience that's not available online. And again, I was saying that across the world, if you want to learn something, any of us on this call, if we are motivated enough, we can learn it without the aid of going to a school and paying for an education or getting a certification. You can get on YouTube, you can take MIT courses. Every course at MIT is online for free. That's true for many other universities. So the question is, well, what do we bring to school if our business is not knowledge transfer? I mean, I love the quote from Yuval Harari, who says, the last thing a teacher needs to give students is more information. And I think it's a challenging question, because what is it that we need? As Oli was reminding us, we need to be thinking about survival and flourishing and the common good. We can't be looking backwards. We have to be looking to the promise and the peril of our future. And to be, for us to be complacent and to focus on exams the way that we used to, and the idea that the students only learn certain things at certain times from certain teachers in certain spaces, that's all gone. In some ways, this conference should be on the panel should be people who are maybe 3 or 4 decades younger than us. But I'm going to stop there and just say, from the prosaic to the philosophical, I think COVID has been very powerful. It's also challenged us to think about how well we are living our missions. I mean, the IB mission is an extraordinarily powerful one. All of our schools' mission are extraordinarily powerful, and they're often centered on making this a better world for everyone. And we were able to see just how difficult that is when resources are not equal across the world. But we also learned that indeed we are truly interdependent and interconnected. And we have COVID to thank for that.
Thank you, David. Very interesting what you said on the information. Olli-Pekka, the IB puts a great emphasis on managing information, on critical thinking to assess information, on confronting fake news, which is a huge challenge for youth. What do you think on the positive effects on COVID, and maybe particularly on what David just said?
Well, I would like to continue with David's kind of the more philosophical question, because that's really the question that is a school, is it a place or is it a service? And that's the question that we are kind of confronted with, and some parents are asking us that, and some students are asking us that. And to me, it's of course not a kind of either or answer to that, but it's kind of both and. And it's also important to understand that during the pandemic, we have been thinking about kind of digital and remote learning being kind of synonyms. But that's not either true, because there are kind of huge possibilities with using the digital solutions in the school. And that's kind of, those are the things that we should be kind of taking the learnings from the pandemic into use now. And I would say that I think now it's the time also for the kind of education community and the kind of actors, the companies who are developing new digital solutions to really align on the learnings, that the kind of what are the best pedagogical solutions used in a digital world, and how to kind of, I think there are 3 important aspects. There's what's the community of learning. And I think still in the digital world, it's too much kind of an individualistic learning situation. And we should be able to create more kind of functioning communities of learning. The other one is the context of learning. And if we can create kind of contexts that are as real as possible, which sounds kind of strange that virtual would be more real than real, but those are the possibilities that we have. And then there is the content. And in that, I think it's the question that how the content could be kind of created in the process of learning, not kind of something that is distributed as kind of more information that David referred to Harari, but as something that is created in a kind of an inquiring, problem-solving and learning process.
Interesting. Let me change now to another topic, because many parents' priorities have shifted from obsessing over academics to deep concerns regarding their children's well-being. And now we are observing in a number of schools a sort of harmonious merge of academic and pastoral aspects of a school life, as parents and students recognize both as being equally important. You have great experiences also managing boarding schools. What is your opinion on this? Andrew?
Yeah, well, thank you very much indeed. It's a very interesting question. I mean, I think it would be naive to think that parents don't value academic achievement as highly as they ever did. I think that the IBO has done a really good job of managing IB diploma results over the last 2 years. So in some ways, it's too early to tell whether there's been a genuine shift in parental attitudes. After all, virtually all our students achieved or exceeded their predicted grades in 2020 and 2021, and they got into their first choice universities. So maybe we need a normal year or two before we can take stock of that. Having said this, academic achievement and good pastoral care are inseparable. And in many ways, a boarding community is ideal in that there's a complete fusion of both. Welfare is our absolute priority, and academic success at whatever level the student can achieve is very much a part of their sense of themselves, their self-worth, their mood, and the way they interact with others. It's good practice, I think, in most schools for staff to play a part for all staff, academic staff, to play a part in pastoral care. So I think you'll find in most UK and international schools, teachers are also personal tutors and lead many co-curricular activities beyond the classroom. So I think the pandemic has really shown everybody the importance of outdoor exercise, really basic things, good quality sleep, a healthy diet, and most importantly of all, it seems to me, laughter as the best medicine.
I agree. Karma, what is your opinion?
And again, I can't help but agree with Andrew, and I'm not sure I accept the premise in your question about valuing that changing view of valuing the education and the results over well-being, and that shift there. I think, and in particular, as Andrew said, I think, some of the debate certainly, which is very alive and well in this part of the world about grade inflation, I think is potentially going to come back to haunt us next year in some of those discussions with parents and students. But that said, I think, we were talking earlier about the importance of human connection and personal connections, and how COVID has shown us how important that is to well-being and to the welfare of young people and to communities and families. And one of the principles, just from a UWC perspective, one of the principles of a Hahnian education is very much that connection to the outdoors and an outdoor education as well. And we have certainly seen a growing, desire for the decompression that connection to nature brings for our community as a whole, in terms of building empathy for each other, so working together around some of the challenges and just connecting into nature and sort of communing with nature together, building resilience. I think, resilience not just from the point of view of being, a tough one and seeing things through, but around, resilience that is about, accepting challenge and being able to respond to it for one's own personal welfare as well, and again as a community, and also for its restorative value, I would say. So where the outdoor education is very much embedded in our programs in the UWC movement, and here in SEA, it's a very strong part of our curriculum. It's very much something valued as additive to the school day, but in addition to being embedded in the curriculum. And we are doing some interesting longitudinal research on that with a university in the United States to really, and we've extended that. Actually, it was due to conclude a couple of years ago, but we've extended that to see actually what the role of that, outdoor education, the commitments that young people are making anyway to environmental sustainability, what that looks like in terms of welfare and well-being within the overall curriculum as well. So I think it's, that the focus that there is, of course, and rightly so, on mental health and well-being. It's a very interesting, discussion, I think, around the role of outdoor education, the sort of green school movements, education and learning through play, and some of the work that the Lego Foundation is doing, for example. I think these are all interesting dialogues that we need to have to learn the best from each other, and including in it some real, data-driven research as well.
Thank you. And what about in Geneva? Do you feel your students and parents are more concerned over well-being? What do you feel, David?
It's a great question. I mean, my sense is that, again, going to somewhat positive angle, COVID has reminded us that our business we're in the human development business. We're in the business of, our currency is not information. Our currency is the quality of relationships that we are able to cultivate through whatever we do at our schools. And I think that, students came back on campus was a dramatic one, because they recognized a hole in their life that needed to be filled. And it wasn't that they needed the teacher to help them with, classical physics. That's not what they were missing. They were missing the human connection. And I think that as we talk a lot about health and well-being of students and the great work of people like Kurt Hahn and the Lego Foundation and the outdoor forest school movement, all of that, which makes complete sense, I think we should be a little bit more focused on what is this system, where in the systems does all this stress come from? And I'd like to be a little bit more provocative. I think it's our responsibility. Full disclosure, I was the Chief Academic Officer for the International Baccalaureate, responsible for all of the programs 4 years ago. So apologies to everyone. But I think we are the source of the problem. I think that, Ollie, in your new role, you've got to be bold and disruptive, because if we are in the human development business, we're not in the human sorting business. There's so many problems, whether it be A-levels, GCSEs, IGCSEs, the IB itself. We have set up structures that are backwards looking and are easy for assessors. Because yes, it is valid and it is reliable to do things like to assess written exams. That's such a heavy emphasis and problem solving on paper that within two problems, one is a fixed period of time, and the second is it all happens in the month of May. We know about human development that not all children develop and ripen in May of their second year of a 2-year program. We have students who can take the IB higher level math course before they sit down and take a single course from an IB teacher because they are so far ahead. We have students who are able to demonstrate that they are bilingual in several languages, and the IB insists that they take an exam. I think we have got to figure out more flexible ways for students to show what they can bring to the world, rather than exams that are under high pressure that do not recreate in any way what our lives are like as professionals trying to do good work in this part of the 21st century. So I think we've got a major challenge to say we are the source of some of the problem by overemphasizing the terminal exams, and we need to make some different exams like value the core of the IB more than we do. So I'm just throwing out some controversy.
We have here the correct person to answer. Olli-Pekka, please.
Thank you. Very kind of interesting views from all of you, and kind of my thinking on this issue is that maybe again a bit the question that it's not kind of either or, but it's kind of both and I think we have learned the fact also again that kind of learning and well-being are strongly interconnected. Mm-hmm. So if the well-being is not there, there is a hindrance for learning. And also when the learning is there, it can create the capabilities of taking care of one's own well-being. So it's the question that are we able to create the positive spiral here, or is it a kind of downwards going spiral? And I think it's very strongly connected to the student agency and motivation. And as many of you have referred, for example, to the kind of sustainable development goals and the climate change issues, for example, those are issues that are kind of highly relevant, of course, to the young generations, because it's their future we are talking about. And when we are able to connect our kind of teaching, our programs to that kind of challenges, then we are able to nurture their motivational basis. And I think that's the best thing we can do, because I see a lot of young people, and I think that's partly connected to the mental health issues. They are kind of between the choices of becoming kind of cynical or then acting, making a difference in the world. And that's the question where we must have a good answer as educators to helping them to connect with the road that goes to making the difference in the world.
Very interesting, Olli-Pekka. Yeah, very shortly, David, because we have...
I'll just come back. If I could just jump in. Okay. I love the both and thinking. I know that the IB, it's taken 50 years to establish the currency of the IB diploma. And at the same time, it would be great for the IB to take some of its absolute gems. For those of you know, for example, the IB primary years program, there's something called the exhibition at the end of the primary years program. That kind of agency of the student is so powerful. Could we not bring that to the IB diploma and really value that? Something as simple as placing the title of the student's extended essay on the IB diploma would give it some more value. Right now, we are behaving still as if these numbers and points are what matters. And I think we need to do some shifting, both and, to change what we value, because the students are recognizing part of the stress is what's worth knowing. They're making a judgment to say, I'm not sure this is really worth knowing for me right now. Other things are more important. And I think we need to, in the assessment space, make those changes and value those things.
Very interesting. We're getting so much insight from this conversation that in enlightED 2022, we will have to organize a few panels. But let me change now to a very important question. Teachers that were completely unprepared for online learning have acquired remote teaching skills, have learned to explain complex topics through video conference. Some faculty has specialized in instructional design, others in platforms. We haven't yet defeated the virus. But do you think this is just an acceleration of digital processes? Or do you think, well, in the years to come, it will bring new paradigms in the current structured processes of teaching and learning at most schools of the world? What is your view, Andrew?
Shall I start? Yeah, thank you very much indeed for the question again. We've managed, like I think most schools, to move back and forth between digital and face-to-face teaching and learning very efficiently, it seems to me. And it's great that technophobia seems to have become a thing of the past. Even colleagues of my sort of generation are reasonably comfortable with it. The necessity of moving to an unfamiliar set of platforms and processes by teaching online has also really sparked teacher creativity and sharing of good practice.
I agree.
More communication between teaching staff. I've got no doubt that some of the changes we've seen are here to stay. As I mentioned earlier, blended learning, easy access to materials from wherever you are in the world, online examinations we've used as well, using secure platforms. But I think I've got a caveat here. I don't believe that there's a whole new paradigm on the horizon, to be honest with you. To take a much more basic view, a sort of more pragmatic view, if you like, than David. Digital learning is a wonderful supplement and enhancement, but human contact, as we've all said, between student and student and student and teacher is going to remain at the heart of most education systems. And also, I think maybe we need also to think about vocational education. I'm not convinced that digital processes have as much to contribute to learning practical skills. Videos of other people demonstrating how to do first aid, or somebody else changing a wheel on a car, or somebody else building a brick wall will only take you so far. And we need to remember that about 50% of young people probably ought to be following a vocational route like the IB Careers Programme. And they usually need close supervision and mentoring, which is very definitely best done live, in my opinion. So also the question mentions most schools in the world, and David mentioned this much earlier in the dialogue. This doesn't take account of schools and children in deprived areas of first world countries, let alone schools in the developing world. Digital poverty is a sad reality. So I'm not convinced the changes we've seen recently will have a lot of impact on most schools in the world. And again, as David said earlier, this panel represents schools which are in incredibly privileged positions. And let's remember that IB itself is viewed in many countries as a programme for elites, however unjust we probably think that is.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Karma, please. What is your opinion on teaching, technology? Is it just an acceleration of current trends? Do you think it will be bringing big changes to the common processes of teaching and learning as we've known them for maybe hundreds of years?
Well, I think from my perspective and looking at it from, maybe it's a particularly Asian perspective, but, definitely the kind of inflection point that we felt we were at in education and much of the discussion about reimagining education before the pandemic. And now coupled with an inflection point for the world in many respects and some of the challenges we're getting, I think, the pandemic has definitely been a catalyst to deliver what for those, as Andrew said, from those with the privilege of access to digital education, it's definitely become a higher quality experience. And I think it's incumbent on us to use that experience and the fact that we've developed a higher quality experience through this challenge to apply to the work that is going on reimagining education, about more inclusive education, and to learn from how that could, how our own experiences at scale in some cases could be brought to bear to address that, the whole question of wider sort of tech deficit in the world, and how to bring programs to others through digital learning as well, and particularly perhaps for displaced and marginalized communities. I think, there's a lot of learnings from the recent past and the current that I think mean that we know now how how much better. And the rate of adoption, I think that's the other thing that has changed, that if it's relevant, a piece of technology in an education context, we've learned how to adopt it more quickly and how to make it a better quality experience. So I think that interaction with technology, our own human interaction with technology and technology's interaction with us as humans, I think is an interesting part of what comes next. And so in particular, really thinking through what is the role of AI in the curriculum, for example, for careers of the future, how do we build into the curriculum, for example, our young people who have an interest in a career in medicine or the life sciences more generally, if they're going into a workplace in a few years' time where AI is a very big part of that experience, what can we build into the learning program, that it's a continuous journey and a smoother glide path perhaps on those more caring careers, but also from the vocational point of view as well. So I think there's a lot of potential here to make it a smoother glide path or a smoother journey for our young people by looking really to see what some of those more exponential technologies, how do we bring those more to bear into that sort of, the life journey, the learning journey within our schools and colleges as well. And again, using that for wider benefit, how do we make that more readily available with some of the tech entrepreneurs who have benefited so considerably from the pandemic as well. I think there's a lot of interest in education for good in that respect as well. So again, I think we're on the cusp perhaps of, the revolution that is for good through the use of technology around inclusion and access in particular.
What about you, David? How do you see the next normal? We're still in the new normal. We surely won't go back to the old normal. How do you see the next normal regarding teaching and technology?
I mean, I think that this question about technology is like asking a fish to talk about water. If you ask somebody who is in their teens, the age of the children in our schools, they are living technology-rich lives, including in the most, as you say, Andrew, some of the most economically challenged communities of the world. Children have access to a cell phone, and increasingly, maybe electricity and internet could be intermittent, but by and large, people have access. So I actually don't think that technology is the question. I think technology is the water that we live in, and we need to just understand it and use it well. And I think the central questions remain. What's worth knowing? What's worth being able to do? And what sort of person should I be if I want to contribute to the survival of humanity? And so I think technology is a tool that should be brought to bear to those questions. And whether it's simple things like, over the weekend, I'm sure maybe some of you tried to do something and you got stuck. What did you do? You Googled it and you went and got a video and said, okay, that's how I do this on a new bicycle that I have. That's the competencies we need to develop in our children. Lifelong learning, agency, interacting in and with the world, interacting with others, using complex tools and resources, being multi-literate, understanding, different cultures well, different points of view, not just different languages. I think technology, in some ways, we need to watch it and use it, and it should not define what we do in education. We have, as I said, our business is the relationship-built business, and trying to figure out as best as we can the unknowable, and that is what is worth knowing and being able to do and being, so that you can thrive and flourish and contribute to a better world with technology.
With technology. Olli-Pekka, what is your view on this as Director General of the IBU?
Well, I think that during the last decades we have we have used kind of huge amounts of money to education technology. And at the same time, I think it's fair to say that that investment has not been very kind of money well spent, I dare to say. That's what the kind of surveys say when we connect it to learning. And I think that's the kind of big issue that once we're talking about education and technology, we are sure that we keep learning in the center. And of course, as David said, then there's a question of what is worth learning. But that must be the kind of starting point. And the other starting point is that if there are solutions that can help teachers and educators to concentrate on connecting with the students, there are kind of huge possibilities. And of course, if there are kind of tools and applications for the school administration to be more efficient, that's also definitely a positive one. But kind of, I think we are in the very beginning of this process of kind of utilizing technology in helping teaching and learning. And we must make sure that we do not kind of take technology in a way that we use it where the technology is best at. Like, for example, we know that artificial intelligence makes certain things very easy to measure. But the question is that, are those things worth measuring? And in many cases, from the point of view of learning, they are not. And we must kind of be cautious in that sense that we make kind of ethically and otherwise kind of sustainable solutions. At the same time, it was like published in Finland last weekend that we had an arrangement in place for the last year and a half that Finnish children who were in Syria, Al-Hol refugee camps, were taught by a Finnish teacher in Finland with the children's mothers' mobile phones.
Wow.
And that actually, the results have been very, very positive. And when there are kind of these types of kind of hinders to overcome, with very special circumstances, technology can make a big difference.
Very interesting. So we've run out of time. So I would just like to thank you very much. Andrew from St. Clair's, Oxford, David from the International School of Geneva, Ecoline, Karma, Elliot, a special thanks to you because of the different time zone. We appreciate your effort. And many, many thanks to Olli-Pekka Heinonen, new Director General of the IBO since May. We hope to see you soon, all of you, in Spain in a present event. Maybe with a lot of technology and digital resources and digital media, but here so we can connect and hopefully go to dinner. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Olli and Lucia. Even though the pandemic had devastating effects worldwide, it is very interesting to understand how much and how quickly we have pivoted and innovated. Many thanks, Olli and Lucia. Even though the pandemic had devastating effects worldwide, it is very interesting to understand how much and how quickly we have pivoted and innovated. Vamos ahora con nuestra siguiente ponente de lujo. Es el momento de
So now we start with our next star guest, Linda Liukas. She's a computer programmer and also she wrote Hello Ruby and she founded Rail Girls, a movement opening up the tech sector and making it more accessible to women and young girls throughout the world. The objective is to provide the right tools for a community where the technology is more accessible for everyone. We will have, after the session, a Q&As moderated by Teresa Nieto, specialist in blockchain and Teléfonica R&D.
She shares her experience with Rails Girls and her work in designing a future that is inclusive of women in technology. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. My name is Linda Liukas. I'm a children's book author, illustrator, programmer from Helsinki, Finland. And this is pretty much the first live event I'm doing since the pandemic started. So it's so exciting to be here with all of you today. My work is about reimagining ways technology can belong to everyone and how we can give the vocabulary and the understanding and most of all the agency to understand the world more and more run through technology. And this here has been my credo for all of the projects I've worked on. If code is the next universal language, instead of only grammar classes, we need to be teaching more poetry lessons. And what I mean with that is the idea that we learn through so many different methods. We learn a new language by speaking it, by swimming it, by dancing it, by flirting in it. And in some ways, the ways we teach technology are very narrow and very limited. And we need to be offering more poetry classes, more pathways, and more opportunities for people who wouldn't otherwise discover the joy of it. Most of my time I spend writing and illustrating children's books, and these books have been widely popular. They've been translated into over 34 different languages. The latest ones are Farsi and Thai and can't remember which, Turkish I think came out this year. And I think it speaks volumes of how both kids but also teachers and adults and parents want to learn about this more complicated and technical world through softer and more gentle ways. But in addition to this work, I've worked within the realm of computer science education for almost 10 years now, through non-profits like Rails Girls, to nowadays running as the chairman of the board for our own 42 Helsinki, which is called Hive Helsinki. So very excited to see some familiar faces here in the audience today. But what does it mean then to teach children about a technological world? For me, it's meant a lot of play, because in some ways the original way we learn about the world is on our hands and knees, through our fingertips, through sticking our tongue on things. And often the world of computer science, it's abstract, it's high up here. So my mission is to turn the children into a computer and play act how computers work. Sometimes we learn about sorting algorithms by building a cardboard YouTube and figuring out how and what kind of recommendations the kids get. And sometimes it means baking gingerbread cookies in the shapes of hardware. But through all of these projects, I'm trying to paint a future and a vision that is more inclusive when it comes to technology. And why then use storytelling? Why am I here speaking to you today instead of running a workshop or speaking to you in code alone? Well, I think stories have this power that is very, very easy to overlook. Because stories are the original way we humans learn about ourselves, we humans learn about each other, and we humans learn about the world surrounding us. And there is only one shape of stories in technology today, and that sucks. We are in a very historic building today. I've learned a little bit about the history of the building today, and the Teléfonica Foundation building, it used to house a lot of women who worked as telephone operators, telephone switch operators, which was definitely not considered as a classy or exciting or fancy job back in the day. But they were part of the history of technology. And I think a big part of what I want to dedicate the next 10 years working on is figuring out how do we tell more nuanced stories around technology, so that it's not always a hero's journey, it's not only a lone cowboy coder who solves the problem, that we showcase that technologies happen through people working together, through multiple different ideas coming together, from material sciences to cognitive sciences to math to philosophy to arts, and even to the switchboard operators who translated those phones to one person to another. And all of this means that even though today we have the device we like to call the computer, it didn't arrive from the sky. It wasn't born from the earth. It came together because a lot of people willed it together. And I think those are the kinds of stories I'm most interested in today. And the other thing I'm interested about is words. Because the world of technology is full of these words, like databases, blockchains, digitalization. And I think the challenge with technology is that if you say these words too many times, they lose their meaning. It's like a spell. Like if you say Avada Kedavra or whatever the Harry Potter thing was, it's a scary thing and you're not supposed to say it out aloud. But with technology, we need to figure out new ways of telling and sharing these stories. Because computer, after all, again, it didn't come from the sky, it didn't rise from the earth. It's a collection of ideas, and those ideas change all the time, and people influence them. Every technology is a technology of thought, and every technology happens in a historic time, surrounded by historic people. We just don't always tell their stories. So I'm going to leave you with 3 definitions of technology that are hopefully going to influence our discussion going forward. The first definition of technology comes from the Greek, and it states that technology is not blockchain, it's not computer, it's tools and techniques we humans use to solve problems. But not only tools and techniques, it's also the skills and competencies we humans bring into the problem-solving situation. This means that for the Greek, agriculture was technology. For the Greek, democracy was technology. So a little bit broader than the way we see technology today through our screens and smartphones. The second definition of technology, it comes from Spain. It comes from José Ortega y Gasset, who defines technology as superfluities. He says that animals are atechnical because they are simply content with living in the present, and that humans, our ability to imagine into the future, our storytelling capabilities, they make us technical. So 2 definitions so far. The Greek, who say that technology is about humans and their tools working together to solve problems, and Ortega y Gasset, who effectively is saying that technology is about storytelling, about our ability to imagine into the future. And the third and final definition comes from a 9-year-old little girl from Helsinki, who, when asked to define what is technology, who uses it, and what is it used for, produced this delightful sentence. She says, technology is electricity that loves. It is used to play. I use it to have a conversation with my mom. We use a WhatsApp application. And then finally, and most importantly, people uses technology. So storytelling, ability to imagine the future, tools, techniques, and humans will be at the center of our discussion next. Thank you.
Hi, Linda.
Hi.
How are you, first of all?
I read this study that says that when these producers, they want to see if a movie is going to do really well. They go into the movie theater and they measure how much of this chemical called isoprene there is in the air. And if there's a lot of isoprene in the air, it's going to do well because people apparently produce it when they are excited and fun and so forth. And I feel like that. I feel like there's a lot of chemical cues in the air of us all being here together, and very excited to be here. Thank you. How about you?
Fine. Sorry. First of all, I'm so glad to meet you because I have reading a lot of you and I think that you are a very, very interesting person.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here in the event. And well, we are going to start with the Q&A. I would like to know how do you started in the technology world? Did you study a STEM career or have you been self-taught, or why did you get in the technology world?
So I have two stories. First of them has to do with an older man and a teenage crush, and the second of them has to do with a complete frustration with the educational materials out there. The first I'll tell really quickly. So it was 2001. It was Al Gore, the then Vice President of the United States, and I was 13, and I had a mad, mad crush. And what the other girls would have done at that age, if they hadn't loved Al Gore, if they had loved Rafael Nadal, like any sane person would have done, would have kept maybe a collection of scrapbooks or pictures or something like that. But I had the internet. But I didn't have Tumblr, I didn't have Instagram, I had HTML, I had PHP, I had CSS. So I built a website called My Gore back in 2001 to celebrate my passion and excitement for this man. And 10 years later, I met him at an event like this, and I told him this story, and he looks at me for a while and he says, oh gosh. So that can happen. Sometimes you meet your childhood heroes. But for serious, the answer, I was not taught in university, but I was always curious about technology. I always felt that there was this sense of being able to express yourself, but the materials were really frustrating. So I studied in Stanford for a semester, and I was studying Ruby on Rails, which was a very popular programming language back then, and I would have a book, and it was very linear. It was very, read here, this is a concept, read this, and I would be like, oh. And then something clicked in my head, and because the name was Ruby on Rails, I started to draw this little illustration of a girl called Ruby. And I figured that, hey, maybe this is the start of something. And boy, was it a start of something. So for the past 10 years, I've been pretty much drawing the same picture of a little girl called Ruby and explaining the world of technology through her adventures.
So interesting. And I think that many people may ask this question, but I think that it's mandatory. Are you Ruby?
Am I Ruby? I think Ruby is what I wish I was. So I come from Finland, which is very different as a storytelling tradition, like the Scandinavian countries. So I'm not sure how well known the Moomin series is in the Spanish-speaking world, but there's this fierce little girl called Little Moo that doesn't want to be anyone's princess or anything like that. And then the other big Scandinavian hero we have is the Swedish Pippi Longstockings, the world's strongest girl. So I think those influenced me a lot when creating Ruby, and I made her to be quite fearless, quite imaginative, and quite curious. So on my best days, I am Ruby. On my worst days, I'm definitely not her.
I will also, we like to be Ruby.
Yeah. I think one of the, honestly, like one of the most exciting moments for me was I've been traveling a lot before the pandemic, and just by fact of having 34 different cultures where I can read the storybook and see the local children react. I was in Japan a few years ago, and a little boy comes to me and says, Linda, when I want to, oh, he says this in Japan and someone translates to me, but he says, Linda, when I want to grow up, when I grow up, I want to be Ruby. And I'm like, oh boy, this is feminism. This is what happens when the world changes, that little boys can think that they can be fierce programmer girls when they grow up. It just messed my brain in a good way.
That's very cool, because it is proven in technology that at the end there is a gap between male and females. And do you think that when you are working with children, you can see this gap, or?
Absolutely not. But the older they get, the more they start to take in the society's messages about who gets to be a programmer and who isn't a programmer. And it depends a little bit on the research where the age thing happens. I used to say that it's around 12 to 13 when a lot of things happen in teenage girls' brain, when they start to get insecure about whether they can be an art person and a math person at the same time. But some studies, they suggest that it's even at the age of 5 when children start to have these self-limiting beliefs about what they can be and what they can't be. And I think this is one of the reasons why we need more nuanced stories about who shapes technology, not only these lone programmer heroes, but just teams of people working together.
Yeah, that's a thing that our CEO was saying before in the introduction of the event, because at the end now in the technology we need more people that they don't have to be programmers. We need philosophers, people from political science, for example, or humanities and all that stuff. And I think that this is really important.
I hate that there's this distinction between the world, that there's like science and programmers, and then there's humanities, and then it's either you become a science person or you become a humanities person. So what about civil engineers or nurses or, I don't know, like social scientists? Like they still, in my opinion, they study the topics of humanities and they can use the topics of engineering and science to do their thing. And I know it's a cliche to say, but in some ways I think programming is one more sort of tool in your tool set of things you can use to observe the world, much like biologists use a micro, what is it called? Well, like astrologists use a telescope, and biologists use a microscope. So a computer is a super machine anyone can use, whatever their profession is, to enhance their understanding about the world.
And about programming languages, do you think that computer science or programming languages should be taught as other language in a school?
It's a good philosophical problem whether we should approach it more as math or more as languages. I don't think it's either. I think it's a weird combination of arts, the self-expression part, engineering, the exactitude and like the problem-solving capability, math, which with its exactitude and sort of rigorousness, and then finally societal change, because code and program has such a huge impact on the surrounding world. And I think it's probably like a whole different discipline to be taught. But currently, we are still figuring out how to be doing that, because this is a young discipline. It's less than 80 years old, depending a little bit on how you calculate it. And this is the first time in history that we are deciding, or many nations are deciding, that yes, we need to be teaching this to our very youngest.
And talking about this type of education, are there countries that are leading the way when it comes in computer science education?
I love that question, because it implies that someone is winning and someone is losing, and especially coming from Finland, where we often have a very well-praised educational system. People assume that, oh, the Finns have figured it out, like they have a perfect system, but that is absolutely not true. I think technologies are born at a place, and that's something we don't often think about. That when we think about Picasso, we think that he has Spanish roots. There's something about his childhood and his youth that he's channeling in his work. But I think the same is true for technology. There's always like somehow related to the place where it was born. And for many, many years, we've only had the technology of Silicon Valley, of the kind of Californian ideology that has been out there. And then there's been outliers like Nokia, which came from the Nordic coldness of Finland, and Spain definitely has like great technology companies too. But I do think that the countries who will be winning, if there is any winning, I think we're all in this together nowadays as a globe, are the ones that recognize what kind of national advantage they can introduce to technology education. And for instance, in South Korea, I've seen educational systems that have amazing examples of just pure creativity when it comes to teaching. In UK, I love how exact the curriculum is, how they introduce some of the national heroes like Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace to the children early on. And in Finland, one of the things I appreciate in our curriculum is that programming is not taught as a separate discipline in elementary school or secondary school. It's taught across the different subjects, and a lot of autonomy is given over to the teachers, because that's what we know how to do, and that's where we are really good.
And how do we measure and spread effective computer science teaching? Is it an easy task, or is it challenging?
Yeah. This is a thing I used to rebel against a lot. Like, how do we measure education, and how do we measure someone's ability to understand the code they read, and whether we should even have assessment of the impacts. But because I come from a country where there's very little, like the first standardized tests I did in school were when I was in 9th grade, very little homework, a lot of emphasis on play, and I know everyone in this room and probably in the audience online loves those ideas, but I do think that there is value in also measuring what we are doing. And the challenge with education is that the time scale is so long. We won't know until the kids are much, much older whether the stuff we are doing was any good at the grand scheme, that we need to figure out smaller impact measurement systems. And I don't know. I think that's an important and interesting question to be asking.
Okay. And what core skills must teachers have to teach computer science? Because at the end, teachers are the key role in order regarding the education of the children. So what skills?
What skills should teachers have? I think they should have the same skills as children. They should be curious and fearless and full of wonder when it comes to technology. I don't think they should know every answer. I don't think they should be able to predict every problem the children will face, but fearlessness, curiosity, and wonder take you a long way. And then one additional thing I don't see in a lot of computer science curriculums and coding curriculums is a sense of history. Because I think this is an industry and a field that is very, very oriented towards the future. And we're all so excited about the new bleeding edge technology. And there's very few people who care about the past, but I think past influences the kind of choices we make going forward. And it's also a mark of a civilized person that they can understand the lineage where they came from. And if there's one wish I would have for educational systems around the world is help teachers understand the history of technology, the good history, the bad history, and also the ugly history, because technology, the histories of technology, they are histories of war, they are histories of atomic bombs, they are histories of humankind doing marvelous things like getting the man on the moon, but also horrendous things. So I would somehow pay more attention to that.
Yeah, because at the end, teachers may think that to teach about technology, they need to be a hacker, a guy with a computer.
No. And I don't think they should even know the latest JavaScript framework out there or anything like that. I think the latest cool gadget changes so fast that I, at 35, feel old in technology. I don't care what kind of new React framework is coming out next week. I do care about the fact that programming languages change seemingly rapidly, but at the core they change slowly. When we look at hardware progress, we can see that you can jam 300,000 transistors at the pinpoint of a pen, and we have things like Moore's law, which says that the amount of transistors you can put is exponential or exponential, and it makes it feel like all of technology is progressing really rapidly. But when it comes to programming languages, they are actually, yes, used to communicate for the machine, but also communicated between people, between programmers and between teams, which means that the core ideas change much more slowly than the latest framework we are using. And that's what makes me also think that computer science ought to be taught in school, that it's a core skill, because the same ideas that Alan Turing and John von Neumann had in 1950s and 1940s are still relevant today. Computers still have those 5 verbs Turing gave to them, the idea of conditionals, the idea of sequences. These core ideas, they haven't changed one bit, even though the machine has changed a lot.
And what is the role of the technology in growing up? How does technology affect about how we relate to the world?
How do we relate to the world when we grow up with technology? I think it's a philosophical question I wish we had more time to spend on in our everyday life. When I look at like some of the 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds, I sometimes wonder, what does it mean that like all of your memories are on a phone, that you can go to any day in the history and see your own face and see what you were doing there, or the fact that for many of these kids, Fortnite is the place where they learn to swim or build a hut with their friends, and it's as real for them as it was for our generation to make it in the backyard forest. And one of the maybe the more positive things I can think about is, in some ways, these next generations are the first ones that are going to be raised by previous intelligences, which sounds, again, like Harry Potter, that you can learn from the compound intelligences of previous generations. We used to have books for you and me, but these kids, they can train on programs to teach them to play chess that have been taught by the best chess players in human history. And I think that fact that we can be using AI and it can use the knowledge of like the history, and then the kids can learn directly by interacting with these compound intelligences of the past is widely exhilarating and also philosophically interesting.
And talking about games, the industry of the video games is growing and growing. What do you think about video games in education? Do you think that it can be a distraction or can be a tool?
Oh, I would encourage anyone in the audience who hasn't played Fortnite or Roblox to try it out. I think it will teach you a lot about the next generation and how they feel and see things. When the pandemic started, I went to a rap concert or like a hip-hop concert. Travis Scott was doing a big one on on Fortnite with, I think it was 8 million other people there at the same time. I went wandering on like the meadows with a group of friends, and it felt very intimate and very real. And if this is not enough, if this is just a children's book author talking philosophical, I would also argue that getting to know the world of games is important, because I think in the quarterly call of Facebook, they mentioned metaverse, the new big digital frontier, I think 8 or 16 times or something like that. So it's definitely a buzzword, the metaverse, how we are going to be interacting in this virtual world post-pandemic, that we ought to be curious about. So that, again, it's not only the big companies that get to decide what kind of futures we have, but all of us. And we all get to influence what kind of virtual worlds we build. So I'm a big believer in games and gaming, but I'm also a big believer in making those huts and buildings and summer homes in the forest backyard.
And in my case, when I see in my family children, I see that they take the technology in an easier way than me, that I'm a computer engineer.
Yeah.
So, do you think that children has found technology more easier than adults?
No. I absolutely do not believe that, and I think it's the bias we have because we don't remember how much time we had as children, how many times we try and try again until we succeed. We adults only see the end result where they can seemingly do amazing things like make a TikTok duet video that like I can't do on Photoshop or on like video editing software, and I'm like, how did they do that? But I didn't see the 1,000 tries that it took to get them. And then I remember how many times did I practice recording on the VHS machine, and it was a lot of times, I can tell you that. So I think that's the bias we as adults have. We always think that kids are fast and good at learning. I think they are persistent, and that's the key difference.
And from adults, what advice would you give in order to teach technology to children?
I would start with curiosity. My advice for any parent or grown-up or teacher who's thinking about how to start incorporating technology into your classroom is not by trying to transfer knowledge, like this here is blockchain, learn what blockchain is, but rather try to figure out what is the interest of the child, what is a project that might include somehow the blockchain or ideas and technologies around that. And in that way, teaching becomes less of transferring knowledge to someone. It's more about creating a memory. And if we all focused on creating memories around technology that are empowering, that make the kid feel like they have agency, like they are like the masters of that little universe where they get to decide the rules and how things work, I think we would have a generation of children with a very different relationship to technology.
Yeah, and right now the technology that we know right now is totally different than the technology that is going to be in the future. So in terms of education, do you think that it's easy for teachers to be in the I don't know how to say it. to be in the world that is happening right now with technology, or they can be old-fashioned?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because so I see, like, one of the things that scares me the most is the idea that when I was a teenager, I felt that the world is getting better. And now when I see, and I was a lucky kid because I got to live in the 1990s when it truly felt that in many parts of the world was getting better. And now when I look at the next generation, I feel that there's a lot of anxiety over global warming, over the climate change. All of these things are piling up on young people, and they are world weary. They are pessimistic. They don't feel optimistic or even hopeful about the future, and it absolutely kills me. Because I think the compound effect is powerful. Because when we look at the machines you and I have today, those are the imagination of the people who were in their 20s in the 1980s. Those were people like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates and all of the famous folks we grow up hearing. And they were optimistic about the world. They lived in California, and they were going to the moon, and they were doing things and smoking LSD and whatever. But they had a very different relationship with technology. And that's why I think we should give this current generation also, if not an optimistic, at least a hopeful relationship to technology. Because those kids will be in their 30s building the next big technology companies in 10 or 20 years' time. And we need them to have those childhood memories where they have that sense of hopefulness. And that's why we are in a hurry, and that's why teachers matter so much, because not only are they teaching for today, but they are teaching for the next 20 or 30 years, and way, way beyond that too.
So to finish, would you like to make a highlight of computer science in education, based on your experience?
So I started 10 years ago, when I still needed to explain to parents and colleagues that coding is important. Now I think we all understand that coding is important, but I think the next big thing I would want to focus on is computer science. The idea that there is a lot of big ideas when it comes to computers that go beyond coding, that actually if you're a business analyst, if you're a nurse, if you're a civic engineer, learning how to write a Python script doesn't necessarily make you any more future-proof in your career, but understanding the big ideas of computer science in the same way as we understand big ideas of physics or big ideas, or read the classics of English or Spanish or Finnish to that end, like what are those big powerful ideas? Because computers are not going anywhere. If anything, they are becoming a bigger and bigger part of our lives. But it's up to us to choose how we teach these things. And then the other thing I wish to see in the future, we right now have a lot of people who are two things. They are driven by the idea of how something works, and they are driven by the future. And those are great things. I love the starry-eyed, like, future-driven people who are just want to figure out how stuff works. But I also think we need another category of people who are motivated by the why question. Why do something like this? Is this something that technology should be solving? And also who are kind of guardians of the past, who carry this history with them and this understanding of the world. And when we have those two kind of people, the hows and the whys, then we will have a wonderful future.
The engineers and the creative people.
Who both speak code.
Yeah. So thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to see more of your work in the future.
Thank you.
Many thanks to Linda and Teresa. Después de esta charla tengo claro que programar puede ser muy
After this
divertido.
talk, it's clear that programming can be fun, apart from a new language that is necessary for boys and girls to discuss about the world and participate in the shaping of their future. Talking of which, the future of the youngest, we're going to be talking about the future of jobs and the opportunities that are opened up by vocational training. In Spain, 40% of the job offers were for vocational training profiles, and this is going to go up by 65% from here to 2030. We're going to be talking about a report called The Challenges for the Future of Vocational Training in Spain. It has been produced by the Fundación Kopp, the Fundación Bankia, and the Department of Education and Training at the Spanish Employers Association. But first we have Mr. Lier.
Hola a todos. Como presidente de la Fundación Telefónica, quiero dar las gracias a nuestros aliados que desde hace 4 años colaboran con nosotros de forma muy intensa en estos seminarios, a South Summit y al Instituto de Empresa. La próxima sesión vamos a hablar de formación profesional, uno de los entornos educativos que van a jugar un papel más relevante en el futuro del sistema productivo y por tanto en la recuperación económica de nuestro país, de la Unión Europea y de todos los países. Y por lo tanto, comprenderéis que estamos muy interesados en
global economies. Hence, we're very interested in learning what the next session is going to bring to improve the digital vocational training, which is key for all countries. Thank you. Thank you, César, for your words. Let me give the floor over to Luis Miguel Olivas, the head of the Employability and Educational Innovation area at Fundación Telefónica. Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Welcome to our home, the Fundación Telefónica. I would like to begin by extending my warmest welcome to those of you joining from Latin America and many other countries. I hope this panel will be enjoyable for one and all. It is a pleasure for me to chair this panel on vocational training, which is often disregarded, although it is being discussed globally, and as a society we need to address vocational training. The president is saying it's key for the productive development not only of Spain but other countries. I would like to begin by very especially greeting all of you, and I would also like to say that my thoughts go out to those of you who've had health issues and difficulties during the pandemic. So we are undergoing a revolution, as our president, as Álvarez-Pallete has mentioned, has changed the productive sectors and education. Education has changed forever, and I have some figures that I would like to share with you. But before I do this, I would like to tell you a story that happened only 10 minutes ago. I spoke to Gonzalo, who's a student. He's 14 years old, and he said something that is going to open up a discussion here. He said, "Oh, so now you're going to talk about education. Wow, how boring. In 100 years, it's barely changed. Cars, computers, cell phones have changed, but in education, we still have our same desks, and it's boring for me and my friends." Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see what's going on, and we are going to look at some concerning figures, because when it comes to vocational training, only 12% of students go on to vocational training. In the EU, this is more like 29%. Also, almost 40% of job offers require vocational training profiles, and this is going to rise. We've heard from the government that this is going to go up to 65% of the demand of these profiles. And with this, the Fundación CaixaBank Dualiza, Fundación Cotec, and our brothers in arms, the COE, the Spanish Employers Association, decided that we had to open up a discussion, and we've produced a report that you can download at the Teléfonica Foundation or COTEC, and the rest of our foundations, which portrays the current situation. And I will now introduce our panelists. We have three good friends, great professionals. Ainara Zubillaga, she's the Director of Education and Training at the Fundación COTEC. Thank you for being here. Juan Carlos Lauder, who is Director General at Fundación Mundialista, many years working on vocational training. Welcome. Juan Carlos Tejeda, Manager of the Education and Training Department at the Spanish Employers Association. So, Ainara, tell us a little bit the processes that you've witnessed and conclusions you've drawn. Well, indeed, as Luismi has explained, this project arises from workforce, because we knew that vocational training was important in the education system, and it's a lever for transformation and digitalization in Spain. So we decided to address some of the challenges this transformation process faced, focusing on innovation as an axis, because we promote this at COTEC Foundation. So what we did was to create two working groups, so working parallelly, one with COTEC trustees led by CaixaBank, and we had companies and other education stakeholders, and we want to learn about the different spaces where agents, players were involved in vocational training, because there's a convergence very clearly when it comes to vocational training, and we have the productive fabric, and all of this is intertwined. And at the same time, led by a great ally at Fundación Teléfonica and Fundación Teléfonica, which is Escuela 21, where there were 21 vocational training teachers who were working on specific proposals for schools, focusing very much on an update of skills, the renovation of curricula, and professional career development. So we're going to see that this is something that the report tackles, and this was done with innovation laboratories, whereby we all got together, broke into groups. We, of course, collaborated very much virtually too, but we built and shared, and we put together this document that I present to you here. The summary would be this infographics with 12 challenges, proposals for the future of vocational training in Spain. I'm not going to go into the details of the 12 proposals, but I would like to convey that these are recommendations for 4 large stakeholders in the building of the vocational training system. On the one hand, education administration, there's a need to have education policies and also employment policies, labor policies, social policies. Then we have digitalization, which is a constant across all groups as a cross-cutting axis. And then there's a need to open own spaces that takes into account the inherent features of vocational training as a phase in in education. Has similarities but differences with other cycles. Then there are recommendations for companies. We focused on SMEs, and I think that we're going to discuss this because they find more difficulties than larger companies to undertake in this endeavors, but they account for a very large percentage of our productive fabric in Spain. Open up dialogue spaces with all the stakeholders was important, but we wanted to go beyond talking. We wanted to collect information, to create systems, and to deliver a proposal that could be deep. Then companies need to be involved in vocational training, and this is done thanks to dual training. So this was important to study, to see how companies can not only be the place to work in, but as a place to study and learn it. Then we also focused on faculty members, teachers, and we made the most of the feedback we got from the group of teachers. They demanded new competencies, not only for teachers, but also for students, which are sometimes a bit disregarded in this respect. Often they are at the heart of what we do, but we tend not to include them when making decisions. This we must admit. Then curriculum flexibility was important. This is especially important, and we need an agile regulation framework to have new degrees. This needs to adapt to the ever-changing labor market, and this sometimes clashes with a slow administration. And finally, we need a coordination between tutors of the practical classes and academic tutors. And then the final block of recommendations are for other stakeholders. And there was a specific place for vocational training. It's used as a lever to thrust vocational training, the relationship of vocational training and universities. I am aware that the new laws that are going to be passed on universities and vocational training tackle these strategies and lines of actions to bring together two worlds that are closer than meets the eye, but that have turned their backs to each other. So this is true that third cycles are also the tertiary studies, and this is important, should happen in universities too. And then we need to take into account that we have an old-fashioned view of what the vocational training is. We've linked them to very industrial factory jobs. This is the image portrayed, far away from this digitalization process that is sought to be fostered in these tertiary studies. And as a woman, I would also like to underscore how important it is for women to be involved in vocational training. We should be there not only in careers that have to do with caregiving or healthcare professions. So this public image that we are conveying in vocational training is important, because this has an impact on families and in the decisions that boys and girls make. Well, thank you very much, Ainara. Okay, so we're going to shake this and I would like to ask Juan Carlos Lauder at your foundation, CaixaBank Dualiza. You've been working for years on vocational training. You started with dual vocational training, and Ainara has mentioned two very critical points. So students at the center of everything we do, as the president mentioned, and the image of vocational training. Question: what are the barriers that hinder vocational training? What should we tell Gonzalo's father so that they don't have a negative bias or negative idea of what vocational training is? Well, the main hindrance is a lack of knowledge. There's a biased image that has to do with past stereotypes. When you think vocational training, you think somebody with a blue collar and dirty with grease, but now we're looking at white collar workers with a tablet in their hand. So we need to let people know also the potential of vocational training. You, I think, hit the nail. You talked about these studies, and we see that there is a huge demand of vocational training. There's more demand of people with a background in vocational training than with university studies. So vocational training leads to employability. It allows you to have a professional and vital project, so you can really shape your life around a profession that will allow you to meet your needs, the needs that we all have, apart from revenue. But I think that we need to connect vocational training not only with jobs. We're training people, and we need to bear in mind that The Latin needs to be seen as an itinerary, so you can study vocational training today, but that doesn't mean that once you've finished your studies, you stop learning. I think that you're probably going to have to learn throughout your whole life. It's clear that vocational training is going to be permanent, ongoing. There's got to be lifelong learning, and this is true for vocational training because the latter can meet many demands. So vocational training is an itinerary to reach goals that might end in university. And Nada, you were saying this, we need to see how to bridge vocational training and college, and the other way around too, because some people study in university an undergraduate degree, but they want to do something that is more practical, that is closer to being hands-on, and maybe they end up studying vocational training. Some people take this path, but backwards, and it's important to understand the employability figures that this allows you to make a living, and it's an itinerary that opens doors rather than closing doors. You can study with different degrees, and you can start, for example, with a second cycle and move on to third cycle, or do vocational training. Well, at Enlightened, we're going to have a panel on vocational training with a Latin American edge to this, and we were discussing with different panels whom you'll hear soon. They tend to say that the patterns are quite similar, so they don't vary that much with the environment in Spain. Let's look at the blogs that you mentioned in this report. When it comes to administration, we talk a lot about digitalization, and that the administrations need to do more. So we want to applaud the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training in their attempt to modernize universities and vocational training. Juan Carlos, I have a question for you, because this plan includes what teachers identified even before this plan, as Ainara mentioned. My question to you is, what should be, or what should be the main focus, authorities? What should the government of Spain focus on to begin with?
So I think the modernization plan should be seen as a part of a group, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. It's part of a total, also linked to the bill of the vocational training bill. And for me, it's really important, digitization, when it's linked to entrepreneurship and innovation. So Gonzalo will hate us, but it's about teaching differently. Teaching like 50 years ago, well, there are no further punishment in class as beforehand, but the way we teach is exactly the same. So we're talking about digitalization, innovation, and entrepreneurship, so that we can teach differently, and also working on those skills which are not just technical knowledge, which are cross-cutting. We're talking about critical thinking, teamwork, adaptation, capability. It's an environment of learning throughout life. And it's important that this is done in centers, but with teachers, and teachers teach students to be driving engines for innovation. And when we talk about innovation and entrepreneurship, we see them as self-employed, but not necessarily. You can be part of a company and you can have this entrepreneur feeling. So if you stand still, your professional career will too. So they should come hand in hand with the needed resources, so that this can be done in all centers, so there's a real equality in opportunities. So when we talk about companies, I'd like to ask Juan Carlos Tejeda, you are helping governments and regions in Spain in channeling all these funds that should be coming at some point. So what's the latest on this topic? Will be Will Spain be able to channel all these resources? Well, first, thank you for the invitation. I am surprised at this huge production that you have here at enlightED. Thank you for doing this so brilliantly. And the question you ask is very difficult. To give you an idea, most companies, 99%, only talk to public administration to pay taxes. And when we talk about funds, we need to get closer the businesses to the public administration managing these funds. And we are trying to start different initiatives. We started with an office for European projects so that we can develop different projects in different areas, obviously including education. And then we've also launched COE for Europe platform, where we are collecting all the calls and tenders in different areas so you can access those funds. And thirdly, we have set up a task force to monitor where these funds are used. So we will check on the governance. This is quite difficult. We're talking about the central, the regional administrations. We're talking about 55% going for the Spanish regions. Then we'll have to follow up on the quantitative ratios, the calls, the tenders, and the good practices so that we can assess them and then assess the central government and European institutions. And also, how does this work? Well, this seems to be a bottleneck in the relationship between the administrations, the central one in Spain and the regional ones in Spain. So we need to unlock this knot, as there is no agility, and we need to be reactive, agile. We have to follow a series of timelines, and this should be a national priority to meet all the deadlines to ensure that these funds make it to Spain and they are used properly, and they are used for the modernization plan, which is it's very high up on the Spanish agenda. That's millions of euros so that we modernize the vocational training education in Spain. And that's what we're doing in our association, our organization. Well, excellent. Thank you for your congratulations. But, well, we have a whole team working behind the lines, and kudos to them. So let's get to the point. Well, this might be very much PC, but you know very well the business sector. Are companies ready? So we don't say that we are hiring university degree students or professionals and we go for vocational training, and also SMEs, which is one of the key driving forces in our countries. Are SMEs ready to hire these vocational training profiles? I'll try to be as PC as possible. Are businesses ready? Well, they don't have an option. They must be. According to the latest reports and data, in Spain, in 2025, that's around the corner, 49% or 50% of jobs required by companies should be of medium level, and this means vocational training. So we're talking about higher education, but then a very low education. So young people without a proper qualification, it will be very hard for you to access the job market. So, regarding your questions, are companies ready? Well, we see that they are. In fact, the data that we have tell us that in 2020, there were 2 million university degree profiles hired against 3 million profiles coming from vocational training. On that basis, we see more young people enrolling in vocational training than in the higher education previously to university. It's a close tie between the university and the vocational training. This is becoming a reality that is here to stay. As for SMEs, well, it's taking them a while as they don't have a budget for training, they don't have training departments, and their professional profiles must be very similar. So that's a huge challenge, to bring them together, bring them closer to the vocational training world. And then we have a dual training program. Is a law, a bill being discussed in Parliament so that SMEs can use this dual vocational training. Let's hope, fingers crossed, it will be difficult, but let's hope that all together we can ensure that dual or vocational training gets closer to SMEs and self-employed to vocational training. Okay, before we move on to the next part, I don't know if you'd like to add something on this topic. This can be politically correct or not. And then one way we can talk about Gonzalo's father, if not. Anyway, I think this change is happening, but very often people go for the highest profile, that is the university degree profile, when the job actually requires skills that are closer to vocational training skills, due to the lack of knowledge of the HR departments, of the possibilities brought up by the vocational training. Sometimes they don't know that there is a vocational training degree meeting their needs perfectly. This happens with IT. Very often we hear that we need a great deal of computer programmers and engineers, but we don't just need one programmer and 50 engineers, rather the opposite. So these changes, and there's still some reluctance. Maybe the pattern followed by the company to hire is all about the degree, not so much the profile. So we need to keep progressing. In fact, there are European tools to break this, to improve this. And we see that the relation is different in Europe. We see that in Spain we always tend to focus on university, and also for the company, well, binding together the job requirement and the profile needed is much better than just if we are based on basically a university degree title. Also, we need to review the algorithms of the recruitment processes. There is a gender bias, but also there's a bias for higher education profiles. It's machines themselves that they choose the higher education profiles to the detriment of vocational training profiles. This includes not only HR, but also the algorithms. So at the beginning, we were talking about the importance of female talents. Now you're talking about biases. Very well, this week, 2 major organizations held an important event working on those issues, biases, decision-making in our companies, but also in those writing the algorithms. And this is a question that I like to ask you. What do we need to do? What's our responsibility to incite those vocations so that female students get closer to technology and to maybe directive managing positions in the big companies? Ainara, that's one for you. I always tend to say that the focus is placed on ourselves, and it's us who should get closer to technology, not the other way around. We need to make a huge effort. So we need to change the discourse that is underlying to technology. Why is technology not attractive to us? Because for us, it seems it is a gadget. But we are looking for something else. For example, we need to think that when you enter a hospital, there's a great deal of medicine, of course, but also a great deal of engineering. And that's where we click. So we need to get closer to technology, but most importantly, the technology model needs to change. So if we change also the education model, then Gonzalo and his friends will come willingly to vocational training studies. I don't know if you would like to add something, but also picking up on what you said before regarding the official degrees and the formula used by companies in their recruitment processes. From your foundation, you look for innovation models, disruptive models, learning models. And we see that models are non-standard, not anymore. So if we're talking about a learning model like the one from A42, where people are learning to learn and working with colleagues, and which is challenge-based, game-based, gamification-based. So those students say, well, I was kicked out of the system because the system was boring and now I found a motivation here. So Ainara, these models, how do they live together with the other models? We're talking about this A42 model with 100% job market insertion. How do they live together with the standard model? And what about the hiring of companies? Well, they should live together as complements. The problem is that they are pitched and sold as oppositional, and that's where problems start. So university is one thing. And then we could talk about the needs of renewal of university, which are there, but the university is what it is. And the good thing is that it's linked to building knowledge that is rigorous and serious, and that is based on scientific research. They do this very well. But then there are other models doing other things, complementing things provided by university, but where university falls short. So let's ensure that they converge. So the moment that is either or, well, maybe it's not either or. You can start from vocational training and then move on to university, or the other way around. So let's not pitch things as either or. When it happens, there is always somebody who feels threatened. So we need collaboration, and this collaboration is lost here. So both can live together perfectly, as there is a demand for education, for training, continuous learning, and it's huge and increasing in the next few decades. So there's room for everyone in all different modalities and catering for different needs. The key is to integrate these disruptive technologies, which are successful when it comes to recruitment, retainment of students, A42. The dropout rate is not important when we talk about the A42. And, well, university or vocational training, the dropout rate is quite high. That's a success. So these successful stories should be integrated into the vocational training in the university and the primary and secondary education. If this works and attracts students, then let's try and integrate these methodologies. So I think projects like 42 show that this more official training, education, is not meeting the needs of the production center. Having a university degree is not the objective, it's a medium. So when students realize that the degree itself is not the objective is to learn, to access the job market, that's when they when they go for the 42 initiative. So this shows that we need to rethink our university approach, vocational training approach, and that it shouldn't be either or. Okay, we are leaving for last the teaching part, which is the driving engine for change. Juan Carlos said something really important. The high dropout rates when we talk about vocational training is one of the main concerns of the corresponding ministry in Spain. How can we reduce this dropout rate that is 3 times higher than in primary education, than in secondary education rather? So, and your organization, you're working on this maybe. It's all about the previous guidance, orientation. Of course, it's one of the keys, not just the only one, but there is no vocational guidance or orientation. But basically, it's like, okay, if you don't have good grades, you go for vocational training. If you have good grades, then you go to university. Unfortunately, that is the case in most cases. Also, orientation resources are scarce. So that is something really important in the new law. So I think we need to work with counselors to recognize what the vocational training is and what dual vocational training is, but we need to work with counselors, but also with the whole teaching staff. The best counselor is a student's teacher. That's people they see every day, as this is a continuous task. As for orientation, well, it is key, but it is not just the only factor. We see the huge demand for middle education enrollment, and the needs were not met. And then this meant that students had to go for the second or third option. And I remember when I went to university, you had to include 5 options. But obviously, if I'm chosen for the 5th option, then I would have hesitated. So if you have different degrees and then you add administration, but you're not interested in administration really, and it's quite likely that you won't like it. Okay, we have 5 more minutes. We are approaching the end, and now let's talk about the teaching staff. So, Ainara, you released during the lockdown a report stating that there was a clear lack of digital skills in teaching. And then we've spoken about the digital skill sets for teaching staff and students, but many teachers say that they are fed up with so much training. How do we make more professional this profile? That's my 2-pronged question. I think they are fed up with the type of training they are receiving. So the teaching career development path that needs to be overhauled very quickly. As a teacher, the training they need is not about going to a teaching center where a so-called specialist goes there and tells them about new teaching methodologies for the classroom, which has nothing to do, which is totally alien to their centers, their families, their IT rooms. So I think there are other modalities that we've experienced in Ecotech with School First, with teaching labs, group teaching at different stages, different centers, different regions, with different legal regulations and working in a collaborative way. Well, this is more interesting. What, for example, other teachers from a different center might tell you that what I might tell you, and this is not structured or recognized in the system. And then also they receive an training that is not part of a development of their professional career. So that is why they feel that they are not growing professionally, and this needs to be reviewed and overhauled. And when we talk about vocational training, it's even more complex. As teachers are straddling on two different areas, the educational world and the productive world, and it's about creating synergies, allowing them to cross from one world to another. And well, if you're talking about primary education, this is not needed, as they are basically school-based. So in our report, we see some specific traits. And when we're talking about developing new initiatives, projects for vocational training, well, these should be included so that diversity is offered.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you to answer in a tweet format because we're approaching the end. Alfredo Hernando, I'm sure you're watching, one of the most innovative teachers in Spain, and you've helped us with this report. I'd like to thank you for participating in this panel, but final message for different stakeholders. Ainara, I'd like to ask you two main messages, one for primary, one for students. AI or emotional intelligence in a tweet formal. I'd say AI at the service of people who are emotions. Thank you, Ainara. Juan Carlos Tejeda, to those companies watching, your final takeaway message so that they are committed with hiring these profiles. Only companies are competitive with competent teams, and this competence is attained by vocational training. It's more immediate, more real. It is closer to the profession. It's just a bargain. Juan Carlos Lauder, your message to your teachers so that they undertaken this endeavor of technological change. Well, teachers are eager to join this adventure. We've seen this in our report. They need to look for places to meet in our collaboration with vocational training centers and with our project Formación. We are trying to encourage sharing experiences. Many new things are happening. Many disruptive things are happening in vocational training, but you need to know they exist and see how you can adapt them to your schools. Well, thank you, Juan Carlos. Okay, Ainara. This is out of script. To Gonzalo's friends, to Gonzalo, those who are not motivated to go to class many days, what can you say? Should they be optimistic with the educational changes? I think so. I think there's advancement, that the system is being changed, and these movements are starting from schools, and we're trying to move away from innovative teachers that has very little impact, and we're looking at projects and schools who want to do things differently, and that generates change. Well, okay, thank you. I'm not going to summarize this panel. You can download it, and enlightED goes on. This meeting has been very interesting. Thank you, Juan Carlos, and Ainara. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. My pleasure. Thank you all very much. After this panel, it's clear that vocational training is unstoppable, and it's a great alternative for regulated training with a clear bright job prospects. Let's look at Latin America coming up next. We have Maria Brown, who's the Ecuadorian Minister of Education, Milton Ribeiro, Brazil's Minister of Education. They've made time to talk to us about the future of education. The questions have been asked by Manuel Muniz, the rector of IE University and of the School of Global and Public Affairs. His minister follows their view about the future of education systems in the aftermath of the pandemic, what aspects are public policies delivering on, and they're going to share best practices across the different regions. I'd like to make the most of this to welcome all the Brazilian public. They're going to discuss the effect of
Creo que compartiremos todos una serie de impactos, algunos, yo diría la gran mayoría, negativos, pero también algunos otros positivos que la pandemia ha traído como lecciones aprendidas a la educación en el mundo y de los cuales tenemos que sacar provecho. En cuanto a los positivos, creo que en Ecuador hemos podido percibir, al igual que en otros lugares del mundo, un mayor vínculo de la familia y de la comunidad con la educación, el percibir un debate alrededor de la educación que ha cobrado muchísima relevancia, mucha más que antes de la pandemia, y que ha traído a las mesas de las casas, en un almuerzo, en una cena, las discusiones alrededor de cómo aprenden nuestros hijos, el uso de las tecnologías en la educación, cómo deberían utilizarse, la educación virtual versus la presencialidad, la importancia del rol del docente y la dificultad que amerita pues también y la pericia técnica que esto requiere. Y estos debates creo que deben mantenerse y ese empoderamiento de la comunidad respecto a la educación deben mantenerse en el tiempo. En lo negativo, en Ecuador hemos tenido pues un impacto importante en cuanto al estado de situación de la infraestructura educativa. La pandemia impactó al presupuesto nacional, obviamente, y esto se tradujo también en una reducción del presupuesto de educación. Esto se tradujo en una reducción en presupuesto de mantenimiento de infraestructura y equipamiento que ahora debemos afrontar con costos económicos muy elevados que ascienden los $150 millones en más de 12,000 instituciones educativas de sostenimiento fiscal, es decir, con sostenimiento público a nivel nacional. El impacto cualitativo, un incremento en la deserción o en el abandono escolar, la exclusión educativa. Ya teníamos unos índices de exclusión elevados previo pandemia, alrededor de 300,000 estudiantes que no estaban estudiando, niños y niñas en edad escolar que no estaban dentro de los sistemas educativos, y a esto se han venido a sumar alrededor de 120,000 estudiantes que durante la pandemia han reportado no tener contacto con sus docentes, que no tenemos la entrega de los portafolios. Ecuador tuvo la particularidad de que se mantuvo la educación, nunca se cerró, pero durante más de 14 meses solo se mantuvo mecanismos de educación a distancia. No existió un contacto presencial y recién a partir del 7 de junio el país reinicia un proceso de retorno a las aulas con todo lo que esto implica. Las medidas, pues primero ese retorno urgente a la presencialidad, que va acompañado de una gran campaña de vacunación. 9 millones de ecuatorianos en 100 días fue la promesa del presidente Guillermo Lasso, que se cumplió y ya hemos superado esa cifra. Estamos llegando ya a cerca de 10 millones y pues estamos ya en proceso de vacunación de niños a partir de los 12 años de edad, y a partir de octubre se ampliará también esta este rango etario de vacunación, que ha sido una de las medidas de reactivación no solamente de la educación, sino de reactivación del país en su conjunto. Una segunda medida fue, por supuesto, también el adoptar un Plan Nacional de Educación que cuenta con 4 ejes de trabajo. Encontrémonos, que es la reactivación del sistema educativo, conjuntamente con brigadas que se llamaban los puntos de reencuentro para conocer el estado de situación de los estudiantes y socializar las medidas de bioseguridad para que ellos puedan conocer cómo funcionan este retorno a la presencialidad con medidas de bioseguridad. Y hasta ahora tenemos ya más de 4.000 instituciones educativas que han retornado a algún formato de presencialidad y se sigue ampliando de manera diaria. Y el segundo eje, que es el eje todos, en donde trabajamos para que la comunidad se vincule a un sistema educativo más abierto y más vinculado y más pertinente al entorno de la comunidad, que son, además en Ecuador, 14 lenguas de nacionalidades distintas que se hablan en el país y que por lo tanto también deben ser recogidas. Y por otro lado, modelos pedagógicos que también sean más flexibles, que es el tercer eje, libres y flexibles. Una reducción de los temas administrativos para mejorar también el servicio educativo a nivel nacional, trabajando, entre otras cosas, en currículos priorizados a los contextos diversos que acabamos de mencionar. El cuarto eje es fuertes y trabaja sobre la base de repensar la carrera profesional docente, en donde ya no solamente hablamos de formatos de educación presencial, sino también de formatos de semipresencialidad y a distancia. Y un quinto eje que se llama excelencia, en donde están elementos que han salido muy a la luz, que ya se conocían, pero que se han podido ver con más fuerza a lo largo de la pandemia, como la incorporación de las tecnologías a la educación y cómo aprovecharlas, el trabajo de educación para el desarrollo sostenible, todo lo que tiene que ver con el entorno, el medio ambiente y la promoción de estilos de vida sostenible desde los más pequeñitos hasta los más grandes en el sistema educativo nacional, salud integral, educación en salud y bienestar integral, reducción de la violencia, que también hemos visto un incremento de violencia intrafamiliar durante este periodo de pandemia, y por supuesto también elementos que hacen a la excelencia educativa, como pueden ser el trabajo con la educación y formación técnico-profesional, el acceso a un mejor vínculo con la educación superior y el empleo, entre otros. Estas, diría yo, para no extenderme, serían en resumen algunas de las medidas que se han adoptado durante estos primeros 4 meses del gobierno en el que nosotros nos hemos vinculado, este gobierno del presidente Guillermo Lasso, y que se continuarán a lo largo de los próximos 4 años. Abordar el tema del vínculo entre la educación y el empleo es un elemento que no es nuevo, no es algo que estamos discutiendo a partir de la pandemia, sino que ya tenemos años pensando en cómo estas revoluciones del conocimiento, de la tecnología, de la empleabilidad, de la inteligencia artificial, además la importancia de estas habilidades blandas, habilidades para la vida en la educación, se pueden ir incorporando en modelos educativos que vienen de una tradición, de una educación bancaria, que nace pues de la revolución industrial, en donde todavía vemos, y sobre todo en América Latina y el Caribe, todavía tendemos a ver aulas en donde los estudiantes son los receptores de la información, el docente es el que está parado frente a un aula, en donde los estudiantes a lo mejor no participan tan activamente, sino que más bien están escuchando a quien imparte la clase, ¿no? Este cambio de paradigma de la educación hacia una educación que priorice no los conocimientos, sino las habilidades y las competencias, sobre todo de pensamiento crítico, habilidades blandas que luego van a servir precisamente para estos mercados constantemente cambiantes, en donde la tecnología hace que lo que aprendimos ayer, el día de mañana ya no sea pertinente, y además que la tecnología que se utiliza hoy, el día de mañana queda obsoleta, y que necesitemos que la información esté a disposición, pero que además la capacidad de creatividad e innovación cobra un valor adicional, también viene desde antes de la pandemia. Y creo que lo que ha mencionado Juan es algo que también compartimos en Ecuador. A lo mejor una larga tradición de pensar a la educación y formación técnico-profesional como una educación de segunda categoría, de segunda clase, en donde no pensamos cuál es su rol fundamental. Y vemos en los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible que se plantean en 2 de las metas elementos que tienen que ver con la educación, en el objetivo 4 me refiero sobre educación, que tienen que ver con la educación técnica, que tienen que ver con el acceso a empleo, porque es un desafío que compartimos en el mundo y que lo compartimos de hace mucho y que se plasma desde el 2015 en los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. ¿Qué es lo que planteamos en Ecuador? Primero, un elemento que también mencionó Juan y fundamental, que es cómo logramos reducir las brechas de conectividad y acceso a la información en comunidades rurales, en donde existe una brecha digital aún mayor que en las comunidades urbanas y que tenemos que ir saldando de manera progresiva el acceso al Internet, el acceso a esta información que ya en algunos lugares y en algunos debates se habla como un derecho, inclusive el acceso a la conectividad, que viene de la mano con el equipamiento tecnológico, pero también con cómo incorporar estos elementos dentro de la educación. Y ahí vienen los debates tan interesantes sobre la alfabetización mediática e informacional, la ciudadanía digital, los elementos que vienen con el desafío de la desinformación, que ha venido también de la mano de la pandemia, ¿no? La pandemia por COVID-19 que al inicio puso de relieve esta casi pandemia de desinformación, se hablaba de la desinfodemia, ¿no? Y esto, por supuesto, requiere de una respuesta del sistema educativo. Otro elemento, sin lugar a duda, tiene que ver con por supuesto, también cómo trabajamos de la mano con el sector empleador y con quienes también están a la punta de los emprendimientos y de las necesidades del sector productivo para definir cuáles son nuestras oportunidades de enseñanza-aprendizaje para vincularnos a esas necesidades del sector productivo y que no vaya la educación en otra vía distinta que el desarrollo del trabajo y del empleo en cada uno de los países, sino que podamos ir de la mano, educación y empleabilidad. Y finalmente, en este aspecto que mencionas, creo que no podemos dejar de mencionar la ciencia, tecnología, ingeniería y matemática como un elemento que también hay una deuda en el mundo, y las artes sumadas a eso, que estas STEAM, ¿no? Las famosas STEAM, que también ya vienen debatiéndose mucho, pero que también ahora debemos pensar como país, como región y como mundo, cómo lo plasmamos realmente en estos procesos educativos y con una cara de la moneda que es muy importante, que es la desigualdad de género. Cómo también podemos desde la educación reducir estas brechas de género en precisamente el acceso a empleo, la culminación del bachillerato en el caso de Ecuador, pero la educación secundaria, acceso a educación universitaria o superior, ya sea técnica o universitaria, que tiene normalmente un sesgo negativo respecto a las mujeres. Las mujeres acceden menos a estos empleos, reciben además menores salarios respecto a los hombres, menos mujeres optan por carreras vinculadas a la ciencia, la tecnología, la ingeniería y la matemática, que además se ha demostrado que son muchas de las que se necesita para estas transformaciones del mercado laboral. Por lo tanto, los temas de cómo reducir la brecha de género e impulsar la participación de mujeres en estos procesos formativos es otra de los debates que tal vez me estoy saliendo un poco de la pregunta original, Manuel, pero creo que no podemos dejar de lado porque realmente es uno de los desafíos que afronta Ecuador, pero que afronta la región, afronta el mundo y deben formar parte, creo yo, de nuestros planes de trabajo en materia educativa y que no deben dejar nunca de formar parte del debate respecto a cuál es el futuro de la educación, cuál es el norte que nos planteamos y cuáles son las estrategias específicas para reducir las brechas, no solo las brechas en materia educativa, sino también las brechas respecto al acceso a empleo digno, decente y que además tenga igual remuneración, igualdad de oportunidades.
É esforço que nós fazemos para tentar encontrar caminhos comuns e aprendermos uns com os outros. O Brasil é um pouco diferente de outros países, sobretudo da América Latina e da América do Sul, pelos nossos números. E eu não posso falar de Brasil sem falar nos números. Eu tenho hoje 47,3 milhões de alunos somente na educação básica, sem falar do ensino superior. São 179 mil escolas. é um número gigantesco, né? Com 2,2 milhões de professores. Então, para movimentar todo esse grupo, é um esforço muito grande, sobretudo porque nós ainda temos um sistema educacional que é descentralizado. Isto é, o ministro da Educação, a gestão do ministro e do Ministério da Educação, ela não é direta nas decisões finais, mas sim informativa, dando condições, dando também financiamento, e nós estabelecemos, na verdade, diretrizes para que esses entes possam tomar direção. Então, isso fica um pouco mais difícil para que a gente possa gerir. Por isso, o Brasil tem, infelizmente, se colocado como um dos últimos países a retornar às salas abertas, apesar de todos os grandes números na vacinação. Hoje, nós temos mais de 80% da nossa população, pelo menos com primeira dose de vacina, e temos ainda 160 milhões de pessoas vacinadas. São todos números imensos comparativamente aos nossos amigos aqui da América. Isso tudo, o movimento do Brasil, ele ainda se ressente. Nós estamos num governo com uma nova visão, o governo do presidente Jair Bolsonaro, que é uma visão um pouco mais liberal, não é tão voltada à visão mais socialista. Ele é mais liberal em termos de política, até econômica. E isso também fez com que nós tenhamos e tivéssemos alguns embates com os sindicatos de professores e profissionais da educação que exigiam uma perfeita encaminhamento até mesmo da vacinação deles próprios antes de retornarem às aulas. Então, nós tivemos uma luta muito grande e agora nós estamos retornando. No Brasil, a autonomia das escolas municipais e estaduais foi, inclusive, reafirmada pela nossa Suprema Corte. Então, isso tudo, estou dizendo primeiro sobre as lutas peculiares, né, do nosso grande país, que é o Brasil, com 212 milhões de habitantes, para que eu possa tratar agora daquilo que nós fizemos. Nós estamos tentando, já há algum tempo, fazer o retorno presencial, porque, embora a questão da digital e da internet ela seja muito importante, aquilo que num passado recente era algo quase acessório, como a questão das aulas virtuais e tal, na pandemia tornou-se algo extremamente relevante e importante. Creio, como já tenho ouvido, que a educação, de uma maneira geral, ela não será mais a mesma em termos da vida no futuro, considerando a utilidade dessa ferramenta que foi a internet e a aula virtual. No entanto, ainda reconheço que a presença do professor e a presença do aluno, a aula presencial, ela é insubstituível, no meu ponto de vista, como educador. Nada substitui, por mais que haja uma boa tecnologia, a presença do professor e a presença do aluno em sala de aula é algo importantíssimo. Nós, antes de retornarmos, nós fizemos nascer aqui no MEC, com as nossas equipes, protocolos de biossegurança. São os protocolos que envolvem, sobretudo, o distanciamento, o uso de máscaras, o uso também do álcool gel e talvez até aquela questão de rodízio presencial. Isso tudo foi feito pelo MEC na tentativa de um retorno mais imediato às aulas. Nós, naturalmente, agora estamos num outro processo, que é uma possível medição desses. O Brasil, como um país continental, ele tem diferentes realidades no norte, no sul, no leste e no oeste. Isso, naturalmente, implicou também no retorno ou não dos alunos às aulas presenciais. Isso foi uma luta e tem sido uma luta para nós aqui do MEC, nesse sentido de equacionar e direcionar as decisões para o retorno. O que nós estamos fazendo agora? Nós estamos ainda agora apoiando as redes, tanto a rede municipal quanto a rede estadual, que são os organismos dos entes federados do Brasil, para que antes de qualquer atitude, antes de tomarmos qualquer decisão, nós tenhamos, no mínimo, um diagnóstico das situações, das condições dos alunos, do ensino e do aprendizado, para que as decisões sejam bem focadas e que não haja mais ainda desperdício dos recursos públicos. O número que nós dispensamos, o Brasil, pela graça de Deus, é um país que tem muitas riquezas e que num passado não tão distante foram muito mal administradas e que agora nós respeitamos o dinheiro público e queremos usar esses recursos de uma maneira muito seleta e focada. Então, antes de qualquer ação, nós estamos já no meio de uma fase de trazer esses diagnósticos de como está a situação em cada região. Após isso, providências estão sendo tomadas para que seja feita ações no sentido de tentar minimizar as perdas que esses alunos tiveram. Assim, estamos trabalhando para modernizar e talvez aulas de reforço, uma aula num contraturno que não era tão comum, aulas em tempo integral, tudo isso para tentar ganhar esse tempo, que é um tempo que para alguns foi um tempo perdido, para outros foi um tempo de algumas experiências, mas essa principalmente as nossas atitudes agora. Eu tenho que reconhecer ainda que houve uma dedicação muito grande da maioria dos professores. Muitos professores não se conformavam com a orientação dos seus sindicatos. Eles estavam sentindo que o tempo estava passando demais para a perda dos alunos e das crianças. E eles tiveram um envolvimento muito grande a respeito das ações que poderiam ter tomado. E eles, então, influenciaram também, de uma maneira muito direta, esse retorno das aulas. Por fim, o Brasil é um país emergente, ainda há muita pobreza, e nas escolas públicas brasileiras, além do ensino, um dos componentes que tem sido muito frequentes é o da alimentação gratuita, que o Brasil concede aos alunos das escolas públicas. E nesse período, nossa grande preocupação foi com relação à alimentação dos alunos de uma classe mais desfavorecida. O que fizemos? Nós, com a autorização do presidente Bolsonaro, nós redirecionamos algumas rubricas do nosso grande orçamento para que os pais dos alunos pudessem ter acesso a essa alimentação que o aluno não receberia em casa. E nós quisemos, então, dar essa segurança alimentar para os nossos jovens, para os nossos meninos. Isso foi feito, foi um sucesso muito grande e isso foi a razão pela qual o Brasil está conseguindo agora sair dessa situação tão difícil como outros países estão conseguindo também. Nós gastamos, em termos de reais, nós gastamos em dólares quase $1 bilhão, perto de 700 milhões de dólares a 800 milhões de dólares só com alimentação que foi doada aos alunos, aos 46 milhões de alunos das escolas públicas. Então, de uma maneira geral, desculpe aí pela minha extensão os números e também da minha explicação, mas isso que estamos tentando fazer é algo que nós vamos aprender juntos. Muito obrigado. Eu me sinto e me senti muito desafiado quando cheguei aqui no MEC, que é o Ministério de Educação e Antiga Cultura aqui do Brasil, quando eu me deparei com esses desafios. Se estivéssemos vivendo num tempo comum, já seria algo desafiador. Mas no meio de uma pandemia, foi um desafio exponencial para a minha vida. Nessa época de pandemia, os protagonistas foram os médicos, os profissionais de saúde e os hospitais. Na pós-pandemia, seguramente serão os professores, os profissionais de educação e as escolas. Então, isso está sobre os nossos ombros. Nós é que somos os protagonistas dessa fase pós-pandemia. Para isso, nós temos que, observadas as peculiaridades de cada país, encontrar os seus caminhos. O Brasil, apenas para citar a nossa proximidade, até mesmo com alguns países, como até o Peru, embora o Equador não temos, praticamente não temos divisa, fronteira, mas ali na parte da Amazônia, nós não sabíamos como levar, por exemplo, a questão da conexão. E aí, então, nós descobrimos que na Amazônia, para evitar qualquer dano ambiental, que a melhor estrada eram os leitos dos rios, e é recortado de leitos de rios na Amazônia. Então, nós estamos já num processo inicial, mas já colocamos milhares de quilômetros de fibras óticas, procurando levar a conexão àquelas cidades e aquelas escolas mais longínquas. Como? Passando um cabo de fibra ótica pelo leito dos rios, que não traz dano nenhum ambiental, e o caminho é conhecido até mesmo para manutenção. Então, uma das coisas que nós fizemos para tentar solucionar essa questão da pandemia, da conexão na pandemia, é exatamente isso. Então, milhões de dólares foram investidos já nessa condição da pandemia. Fiquei muito feliz ao ouvir sobre a educação técnica profissional, que é uma das colunas hoje do Brasil, da educação do Brasil. Por quê? Nós descobrimos que a graduação superior era muito importante e ela não concorre com a educação técnica, mas que o Brasil estava carente de técnicos profissionais bem formados. E é por isso que nós temos dado um incentivo muito grande a esses técnicos. E o Brasil hoje está investindo pesadamente na formação de técnicos que possam responder às perguntas que a sociedade e o mercado fazem. Porque um engenheiro, por exemplo, civil, de construção, basta para uma obra. Mas uma obra necessita talvez de dezenas de técnicos para estarem ali labutando. Então, em termos até mesmo de atingimento das questões da empregabilidade, que é um dos grandes pontos nossos aqui, o ensino técnico tem sido muito, muito importante. Então, a conexão tem sido uma tônica nossa, mas não a conexão a qualquer preço. Não adianta entregar um tablet na mão de um aluno se ele não tem sinal de internet, se ele não consegue conectar. A gamificação, que é outro instrumento que nós estamos fazendo e tendo, ela foi aplicada de uma maneira muito grande aqui no Brasil, na alfabetização, e nós importamos e naturalizamos, por assim dizer, um app da Finlândia chamado Grafogame. O Grafogame, hoje, existe mais downloads do Grafogames no Brasil do que na Europa. Tamanha foi a aceitação desse instrumento para alfabetização. Ele foi adaptado ao português do Brasil e hoje é um sucesso e as famílias podem ter acesso de maneira gratuita em todo o Brasil. Outro lema que eu tenho levado muito a sério, e eu compartilho com os senhores, tudo tem um começo. As coisas começam pelo alicerce. Quando vai se construir uma casa, começa-se pela base da casa. Qual é a base? A base não são as universidades, são as escolas básicas, é a alfabetização. Enquanto não tivermos uma política no país, hoje nós já temos, mas efetiva de alfabetização, não podemos pensar de uma maneira tão geral para cursos superiores. Porque o curso superior é o telhado da casa. E a alfabetização é o alicerce da casa. Então, o lema é aprender a ler, para aprender. Esse tem sido um mote usado hoje pelo MEC, e nós vamos, a médio e longo prazo, conseguir mudar a face da educação do Brasil, o Brasil foi relegado às últimas posições no PISA internacional. Por quê? Porque os meninos e as meninas não sabem ler e escrever no Brasil. E nós temos a obrigação de dar a eles, ao mínimo, esses elementos e essas ferramentas para que eles possam, aí sim, pleitear outros patamares na educação que eles pretendem ter. Então, para nós, esses têm sido as diretrizes, os alicerces para que a gente possa caminhar. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Minister of Education of Ecuador, and muito obrigada to the Minister of Education Brazil. This is the end of the first day of enlightED. Thank you all very much. Thank our panelists and you who've been joining us throughout the day. Today we've learned the impact of COVID-19 in education with the Latin Minister of Education, Wendy Kopp, who's inspired us. We've had José María Álvarez-Pallete and Rafael Nadal, who've highlighted the importance of being connected in a more human way to discuss the future of vocational training in Spain. And we've been able to see how we can bring programming closer to girls with Linda Liukas. See you tomorrow, our second day. We'll talk about bridging the skills gaps for new societal challenges, the competencies and skills that future employers will look for, what is useful and relevant skills.
Share it with us on Twitter using the hashtag enlightED2021, and let's continue the conversation. El programa global se despide hasta mañana.
The global program says, see you tomorrow. And now we have the Latin American program. Thank you. to the Brazilian spectators. Tomorrow we'll discuss more issues on education. See you tomorrow.